I always liked to have a more secluded lifestyle, reclusive even. It's not that I have social anxiety or anything, it's just that I'm not a people person. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate other people, but I'd rather not be around them. I like solitude. I like quiet. When an acquaintance of mine offered to rent me his family's mountain cabin for a few months, I agreed almost instantly. The truth is, I'd been looking for an opportunity like this for a while now. Just a few months, out there in the middle of nowhere, to work on my poetry and whatnot, completely undisturbed. Unfortunately, I had never found anything that fit my rather tight budget. The cabin itself was located in a remote area in the Alps. There were some tourist spots nearby, but nothing within walking distance. The place was ideal for someone who wanted to be completely left alone. It sounded absolutely perfect. I arrived at the cabin about a month ago. It was beautiful. I loved it the moment I stepped foot inside. While I settled in, I started a small fire to heat up the place. For the first couple of days, I had a hard time writing anything worthwhile. All the lines I came up with just didn't feel right. Instead of brooding over my work, I decided to just explore the place outside. The snow-covered plains, the mountains, and the many forests painted a beautiful panorama. Out here, things were different, untouched. I wandered around for hours and I tried to absorb as much of nature's beauty as I possibly could. Work went well after this little trip outside. Nature has always been one of my primary inspirations. From that day onward, I would often spend a good part of the day outside, going on extensive walks. Only when the sun started to set did I actually sit down and start working on my poems. Many times, I would discover the tracks of animals outside. Some were small, most likely left by rabbits, and others were bigger, hinting at something more like a deer. In rare cases, I would stumble upon signs of other people. There were a few lonely tracks here and there, most likely left by hikers or mountain climbers passing through the area. My acquaintance was right. I was completely alone out here. That was until 2 weeks ago. I set out one day for another walk when I stumbled upon many new tracks. They were clearly human, but it had to be a whole group. Their tracks were chaotic, going here and there as if they were stumbling into one another. I frowned when I saw them and I hoped that they were already gone and on their way back. As so often, luck was not on my side. It was a day later that I found more of those same tracks. They were as chaotic as before, but now they were much closer. Whoever they were, they seemed to be lingering around the area. Maybe they were camping out here for some reason. Once more I frowned. I had come out here to get inspired, not to see their stupid tracks all over the place. Worst of all, they didn't seem to care about nature at all. They had almost left a clear path behind on their way through the woods. There were markings on some of the trees and branches, and twigs littered their path. For the next couple of days, I found more and more signs of this ominous group. It was a bit strange, though, that I never saw any of them. I shrugged it off, and I decided that it was best to just ignore them. When the noises started, though, that became very difficult. When you live in a city, noises are just a normal part of life. You know instinctively that it's your neighbor or kids playing outside. Out there in the middle of nowhere, though, it was an entirely different story. It was about 11 in the evening when the noise started. I was sat at my desk with a mug of hot tea, just working on my latest poem. Suddenly, I heard something outside. It was distant, but I could clearly make out voices. I put my pen down and I went to one of the windows. I cracked it and listened, but I could not understand a word. They were yelling and shouting, but what the hell were they saying? And what the hell were they up to? For a moment, I thought about yelling out into the darkness, but then I decided it was better to lay low. I had no idea how many were out there, or what their intentions were. The noise went on for a while longer, before thankfully it died down. The next day, I realized that the group had not been out in the woods alone as I'd thought. No. The moment I stepped outside, I saw the many chaotic tracks right in front and all around the cabin. I couldn't help but feel creeped out. Why had they come here? Had they been watching me? A bit unnerved, I scanned the area and the woods around the cabin. Was someone out there right now? I quickly ran back inside. I didn't go for a walk that day. For the first time since I'd arrived, I realized that I was completely isolated. There was no one nearby at all. For a moment, I thought about calling the police, but honestly, what would I tell them? That I found a bunch of tracks outside in front of a cabin? Yeah, right. They'd tell me to call back again if something actually happened. No way they'd come up here because of a few random tracks. I was antsy all day, but when the sun set, I started to get more and more anxious. I tried to work, but the thought of someone watching the cabin made it almost impossible. Instead, I just paced around, eyeing the area outside from the various windows. But I saw nothing. It was late in the evening when I heard the noise again. Once more, I cracked the window and I listened. There were steps outside, many of them, as if the group was rushing through the snow. They were so close to the cabin now. A few times, I saw someone move outside, but it was just a bit too far away, hidden by the darkness of the night. As I listened to their yells and shouts, it almost felt as if they were circling the cabin, Were they trying to find a way inside? I rushed to the front door, making sure it was locked, and then checked all the windows. During all this time, the frantic movement and the shouting outside continued. Finally, I'd had it, and I called the cops. I told them exactly what was going on, and that I was scared they might break into the cabin. It was about half an hour later that I saw the distant headlights of the police car. As soon as the car got closer, the shouting stopped, and the footsteps turned into nothing more than a faint echo. The annoyance of the two police officers was evident as soon as I opened the door. I could imagine they weren't all too happy to be out here in the middle of the night. I invited them inside and I poured them each a cup of tea, but they didn't touch it at all. I carefully explained to them what had happened. The two of them listened, and I could soon see that their annoyance shifted to concern. After I'd finished, I led them outside and, with their flashlights, they scanned the area. There were so many tracks here now. It was almost as if all the snow around the cabin had been flattened. I could hear one of them grumbling something about damned tourists before they told me they'd have a look around the area. I thanked them multiple times and returned back inside. It was an hour or so later that the two of them returned. They told me they'd found nothing but more of the same tracks. They led in circles through the forest, but there was no hint of any group. It was most likely a bunch of tourists trying to cause a bit of trouble. That type of thing had happened before. Most likely, some college kids who were out here drinking and having a bit too much fun. Once someone calls the police though, they usually know it's time to knock it off. They told me that this was most likely the end of it. The group was probably on their way back home and wouldn't disturb me anymore. Before they left, one of them handed me his number and told me to give him a call should they come back. Once again, I thanked them. But somehow, their words didn't feel too reassuring. Somehow, I felt as if they were just trying to convince me nothing was wrong, so they could finally get out of there. I was awake for hours after they left. Only when morning came did I feel comfortable enough to go to sleep. When I got up, I thought about packing my things and leaving. But then I told myself that this stay here had been something I'd looked forward to for years. Why should I let a bunch of stupid college kids ruin it for me? No, I decided to stay. But by now, I really wish I'd left. I really wish I had. For the whole day, I went from window to window, just watching the woods outside. Eventually, I ventured out myself to have a look around the cabin. Who knows, maybe they were hiding nearby. The only thing I found was the tracks from last night. By now, they were almost completely buried under the new snow. I couldn't even think of my work anymore. My mind was entirely absorbed by just watching outside. As day turned to night, I hoped that the police had been right. Time passed, and soon midnight had come without any noise happening. I guess it was true. The police must have scared them away. I had finally calmed down and was about to put some tea on when I heard something. It was the sound of footsteps in the snow. So many of them, as if dozens of people were out there. How big was this damned group? I was about to call the police again when something heavy hit the cabin. What the hell was going on out there? What were these assholes doing? I rushed over to one of the windows, but I only caught a glimpse of someone staggering off into the darkness. I waited to see if they'd be back, but soon there was another loud bang from the other side of the cabin. The shouting started again. No, a better description would be the screaming. They sounded different now. Before, they had seemed excited, but now they sounded agitated, almost terrified. For a moment, I just stood there, shivering. What the hell was going on out there? Once more, I heard loud screams. This time, it was almost as if someone was calling for help. Were they trying to trick me? I went to the window, and I saw something again. People were moving outside. I couldn't see it clearly though. Their movements looked strange, almost as if they were stumbling through the snow. Shit. I couldn't see a damn thing in the darkness. Finally, I opened the window and I called out to whoever was out there.
What's going on? Are you okay out there?
I pulled my head back inside as the source of the noise revealed itself and began moving towards me. The phone slipped from my hands and I stumbled backwards. What was out there was indeed a group of people, or something resembling one. There were too many legs, too many arms. It was a twisting, writhing mess of human limbs and bodies, all entangled into one another. For a moment, I saw stitches all over it, fusing bodies and limbs together into one giant abomination. And then I saw the faces. Their eyes, blind, sewed shut, and their mouths wide open. Once more they started screaming at me. No, those had never been screams of excitement. Those were screams of pure terror. I was on the ground, staring at the window in front of me in sheer disbelief. Moments later, the thing crashed against the wall. A rain of glass exploded over me, and I saw dozens of arms reaching for me. "Leave me the fuck alone," I whimpered as I frantically crawled backwards. All of the heads turned to face me. Again, the thing pressed itself against the small window opening. I saw hands clinging to the window frame and the wall as the thing tried to push itself inside. The mouths opened once again, screaming in terror. And for the first time, I understood what they were saying. Help us. I could only watch as the thing continued its struggle. Arms reached inside, pushing, twisting, ripping skin and flesh apart as the thing desperately tried to get to me. Then, it suddenly stopped moving. Moments later, it let out another blood-curdling scream before it rushed off into the darkness. I don't know how long I sat there on the floor. I was so utterly terrified that I just could not move. When I finally got to my feet, my legs were weak and shaky. I'd barely taken a few steps before they gave way. What the fuck had that thing been? For many long minutes, I lay on the floor, shaking, as the images of that abomination haunted my mind. And those screams continued to ring out. Dear God, what the hell was it? When I finally got myself up, I was obviously nervous and restless. I had to just pace around the cabin to keep the panic at bay. Every once in a while, I scanned the window for any signs of the thing. But it was gone, it seemed. After a while, I began questioning myself. Had I seen what I had seen? Could this even be real? Maybe I was suffering from cabin fever, or whatever people out here get. What if my paranoia had conjured up this thing? As I turned back around to the window though, I saw the proof right there. The pieces of glass on the floor, the broken window, and the scratches all over the cabin wall. At this point, I remembered my phone. I looked around in confusion before I saw it right there below the window. I took a step towards it, but then I froze. What if that thing was still around? No, it had run off, I told myself. Once more, I anxiously listened for noises outside, but all was quiet. I rushed forward, closed my hands around the phone, and almost threw myself back. Oh, thank God, I said out loud when I saw that it was still working. It was right at this time that I heard the sound of distant steps again. I dialed the cops right away, and I told them that something out here was after me. I must have sounded like a total nutcase. They asked me if it was those college kids again. Instead of answering, I pleaded with them to come out here and save me. They told me to calm down, to stay indoors, and that they'd be here as quickly as possible. Waiting was pure torture. I listened to every sound. Even the snow falling from the roof was enough to send another surge of panic into my brain. I still couldn't stand still. Once more, I paced around the cabin. Where the hell are they? I thought. What's taking them so long? Damn it. When I checked my phone, I saw that it hadn't even been half an hour yet. But to me, that had felt like an eternity. Shit. Can't they hurry up? What if that thing comes back? Steps. Outside. And getting closer. These weren't those of multiple legs. They weren't frantic and chaotic. They were slow, deliberate. Please tell me that's the police. Please. Suddenly, I heard something on the wall of the cabin. It was as if something metallic was slowly scratching alongside the wall outside. I almost flipped out when I heard it. This was not normal. I cowered in fear at the sound, and I closed my eyes. Make it go away. Please, make it go away. I was ripped from my terror by a knock on one of the intact windows of the cabin. The police. They finally made it. When I turned towards the window, though, the blood froze in my veins. Two huge, yellow eyes were staring at me, and long, bony fingers were still knocking against the glass. This was not the police. This was not human. It was a giant, hulking figure that leaned down to look into the cabin. When I saw its face, I was reminded of those masks that plague doctors wore. But it was no mask. It was a grown together mess of skin, flesh, and bone. For a moment, its head moved away, and I saw that it was holding something long and thin in its hand. Was that a giant needle? Suddenly, I heard a car driving up to the cabin. In an instant, the giant figure cocked its head at the source of the noise, and with heavy steps, it walked off into the direction of the police car. Moments later, the frantic sway of the headlights reached the front windows of the cabin. I stumbled forward as I heard the screams of the two police officers. Gunshots cut through the night, followed by the crunching of metal as the giant figure peeled the two men from the car. In horror, I watched as it scooped them up in its hand. I waited for it to crush them, but instead, it smiled and brought the needle to its mouth. Moments later, it pressed it into the flesh of the first man. When the screams of agony and terror reached my ears, the figure began to giggle. It was a high-pitched, distorted sound. For a moment, that terrible face turned and smiled at me. And then, it quietly walked off into the woods, sewing the two men together in its grasp, stitching them to one another. This was an hour ago. Since then, I started writing this all out to keep myself from giving in to utter despair. This was supposed to be a little getaway to work on my poetry, but it has turned into an absolute nightmare. Countless times, I've thought to make a run for it, but that thing is still out there. I can still hear its steps as it circles the cabin. There are still the screams of the 2 police officers. I know that this damned monstrosity is teasing me, preying on me, watching me. The night is still young, and before it is over, I know that this thing will be back.
Do you want to play again?
Those words hovered in front of me, just a meter above the ground. Below them floated 2 more words.
Yes. No.
I looked around, bewildered, but there was nothing else there. The only thing surrounding me was an endless, blazing white. What was this? Where was I? I read the question once more. Then, out of sheer instinct, not knowing why myself, I reached out and I touched the word yes. An almost physical sensation made me jerk upright in my bed. Julie stirred next to me and opened her eyes. "What is it?" she asked sleepily. "Just some weird dream," I mumbled. My eyes wandered to the bedside clock. It was 5 in the morning. Almost time to get up anyway. I threw the covers off me, prompting another groan from Julie, and headed off to the bathroom. I was already down in the kitchen, making breakfast when she entered. She still looked sleepy, eyes half open, her hair a wild mess. "Morning, babe," I greeted her, put my arms around her and kissed her. I need coffee," she said, freeing herself from my embrace. I couldn't help but laugh. Julie was not a morning person, never had been. We had been married for 2 years by now, but we'd been together forever. We're one of those couples who grew up together. We started off as friends, then became best friends, and eventually lovers. I guess we were always destined to be together. Star-crossed lovers, if you forgive me the expression. Now, I'd like to tell you that we were the perfect couple. One that never fights and whose every day is a dream come true. But we weren't. To be frank, I don't think those couples even exist. No, we were like every other couple out there. We had good days and we had bad days. Today should be one of the latter. As fights so often do, it started out with the smallest of things. "Damn it, James, where's the milk?" Julie called out to me while frantically rummaging through the fridge. "There should be some in there." The words poured out of me, almost like a rehearsed line from some other fight we'd had before. "No, there's nothing. Didn't you get any yesterday? I told you we were out." "Shit, I think I forgot. Sorry, babe. With the whole restructuring at work thing, I must have... It's always work with you these days. Every day you go on about that damn restructuring. God, I'm so sick of it. Jesus, Julie, I got enough on my mind already. Can't you just give me a break? You know what, James? How about I do exactly that? With this, she stormed from the kitchen. Shit, babe, I didn't mean... I called after her, but she had already returned to the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. I sighed and rubbed my temples. Shit. This stupid company restructuring had been going on forever. It had really started to take a toll on our relationship. As I ate my breakfast in silence, I wondered how many times I'd done so these days. Before I left for work, I tried to reconcile with Julie once more. The moment I set foot into the bedroom, though, I saw that she had retreated under the covers. I knew what that meant. Leave me alone, James. I frowned, mumbled a goodbye and went to work. Work was hell, like every other day at this damned company. Business process re-engineering, they called it. It was supposed to make everything run faster, smoother, and easier. Yeah, right. All it did was make my life hell. It was almost 8 in the evening when I was finally done with work. Between similarly unlucky office drones, I shuffled towards the bus station in front of the office complex. The bus ride home was a blur. I was only half awake as the details of the city outside became nothing but a blazing, glistering mush of lights. Once I was off the bus, I started down the street to our suburban home. Then, I remembered that stupid fight with Julie this morning. All over some milk. I was sure Julie had forgotten about it. Hell, she had probably gone and gotten some milk herself. Either way, I decided to take a small detour to the grocery store. If she had already bought some, at least we'd have something to laugh about. God knows, things like this were a common theme by now. It was shortly after 9 when I arrived home. The house was quiet. Had Julie already gone to bed? That wasn't like her at all. I unlocked the front door and I stepped inside. Babe, I'm home. And guess what? I've got milk. I got no answer, but I heard something coming from the hallway. No, the kitchen. Julie, why do you have the lights turned off? There was a disgusting wet sound as I entered the kitchen. My feet felt strangely warm and sticky. I hit the light switch in an instant. That's when time froze. The world around me stopped, and a shocked gasp that escaped my throat went on for an eternity. There she was, my beautiful Julie, on the kitchen floor, in a pool of her own blood. The suffocating smell of it reached my nose. I felt its warm stickiness between my feet. I heard the milk jug I'd been carrying hit the floor. And I saw the figure, dressed in all black, that ran into me before rushing out the front door. When this long second finally came to an end, I was with her. I called out her name and I looked for a reaction, but the only thing was the blood still gushing from the 2 deep stabs in her abdomen. Why did I not leave work early? Why did I have to get that stupid milk? And why had we fought over something so goddamn meaningless? With a shivering hand, I reached out for her. The moment I touched her, I felt an almost physical sensation that made me jerk upright. Images invaded my mind, pouring in like an endless torrent. Images of this very same moment. Me, standing over her lifeless body in the kitchen. Then other, different ones. Julie's lifeless body in the passenger seat of my car after an accident. I saw her suffocating, burning to death, being run over by a car. So many horrible visions of her death. No, I realized not visions, memories. There were dozens of them, hundreds. It was an endless ocean consisting of nothing but pain and regret. I fell to the ground and I wept, not because my wife had died, because my wife had died again. It was only then that I felt the stinging pain on the left side of my body. I should have been surprised about the knife stuck below my ribs, but I wasn't. This was just how it had happened so many other times before. I knew I should call for help. There was still time. I took out my phone, but then I remembered the dream from this morning. The blazing white, the question, the options, and I realized I had done it so many times before. Countless times. And I realized too that there was another option. Dying right here next to Julie. Because then I'd go back to that place and I'd get another chance to save her. Yet, I had to change things. There was something I hadn't done before. My fingers moved over the phone, almost by muscle memory, as I typed this story out. It wasn't there. I hadn't done this before, had I? Maybe, just maybe, this would help make me remember when I would wake up again. My shirt was wet and sticky, my body cold, and my vision was starting to blur. But now, as my finger hovered over the post button, I couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, what a farce this all is. Laying here, dying next to Julie, I remembered. I've been posting this exact same story every single day. It doesn't even matter anymore. It won't be long. Soon, I'll be back here again. And I know, without a doubt, that I'll pick the same option as I did so many times before. Yes. In every neighborhood, on every street, there is that one person who just doesn't fit in with the rest. Sometimes they are an elusive recluse that rarely ventures much further than the mailbox. Sometimes they're a grumpy senior citizen who seems to hate all things fun. On my street, that person is Mr. Thomas. He is an elderly man who is always found either in his home or sitting on his back porch. He detests people even stepping a foot on his property and has been known to threaten civil action against those who antagonize him. If you ever had the police show up on a noise complaint, you can bet Mr. Thomas made that call. If your ball or frisbee went over his fence, you might as well kiss it goodbye, because you were never getting it back. This caused all the children of our street to fear and despise him. He was the grumpy boogeyman of Wilson Street. It is sad, really, because us older children remember a time when none of that was the case. When I was a boy, Mr. Thomas was the sweet old man from down the street. Whenever you walked by, he was always there on the front porch with a smile on his face, ready with a friendly wave and a pleasant hello. Mrs. Thomas would always have treats on hand, and nothing could beat her homemade gingerbread cookies. When it came to Halloween and Christmas, no one went more all out than the Thomas house. They were the shining jewels of the neighborhood and beloved by all. That was until 6 years ago, when everything changed. It was a pleasant 4th of July evening. Everyone was coming back from fireworks. We could hear a series of loud cries coming from the Thomas house. My parents and I rushed over to find Mr. Thomas sitting on his back porch with his face covered in tears. My parents asked what was wrong multiple times, and he just kept repeating the words, "She's gone, she's gone." It didn't take them long to know who he is talking about, and they rushed in expecting to find Mrs. Thomas on the floor, having suffered a heart attack or a stroke or something. However, multiple searches of the house turned up empty. They asked him again and again where she was, only to receive the same answer: gone. The police turned up and took over the questioning from there. However, they received no better answers than my parents had. After days of questioning and investigating, the police were forced to let him go, having found no evidence of foul play. The neighborhood was abustle with rumors and theories about what exactly had happened to Mrs. Thomas. The most rational one was that their marriage had been struggling for years, until finally she snapped and abandoned him. The other theory that became popular among the children was that he had murdered his wife and buried her body in the woods. I didn't know what theory to believe. All I cared about was that the pleasant couple from down the street was truly gone forever. My parents said that it was just grieving, but Mr. Thomas was never the same after that night. He became a hermit, not wanting to be seen by the public. His favorite chair on the porch became forever vacant, and his garden withered from neglect. When October came, you would not find so much as a rubber bat as a decoration on his door. The Thomas Christmas party that was once a treasured tradition was now little more than a memory. It would seem that Mr. Thomas's love of holidays had vanished along with his wife. However, the holiday he hated the most was, of course, the 4th of July. If he even heard so much as a firecracker, he would send a call to the police station. For several years, he sent out a petition to ban all fireworks displays in town. Of course, those petitions never saw more than his solitary signature lining its pages. so eventually he just stopped trying altogether. That was when the wind chimes started. Practically overnight, he seemed to become an avid collector of every wind chime on the market. At first, it seemed promising that perhaps picking up a hobby was the old Mr. Thomas coming back. This was, however, not the case, as his smile never returned. He placed wind chimes on every one of his doors and windows. Some people thought that this was his way of getting revenge for the fireworks, as when the wind blew, even a big banger seemed quiet compared to the clangs coming from his house. A few people debated on making a petition of their own, but in the end, no one had the heart to do it. Whether from fear or pity, everyone wanted to leave the old man alone. All that changed this 4th of July. My parents found a movie in my room with X as the rating instead of PG-13, and as such, I was forbidden to attend the fireworks display. I sat in my room, blankly staring at the television, when the strangest thought went through my brain. This must be how Mr. Thomas feels all the time. I grew sad, remembering the man who once was. Today would be the hardest and loneliest day of the year for the old man. I could just picture him, sitting all alone in his empty living room, and I felt a great sense of pity for him. Then, an idea that would make my younger peers faint entered my mind. I wanted to go and try to comfort him. My parents barred me from attending the show, but that didn't mean I had to remain in the house. I simply shrugged, then made up my mind to go and at least try to visit him. The streets were unnervingly dark and quiet. With everyone down at the park, the neighborhood felt more like a ghost town. That thought sent a strange chill down my back, and I quickened my pace. Mr. Thomas's house was the only one on the street with any lights turned on, and I knew he was home, as if I had any doubt to begin with. I walked slowly up his driveway, and I knocked gently on his door. I thought he might storm out with a scowl on his face and a shotgun in his hand. However, something even stranger happened. The door slowly swung open at my gentle knock. The idea of his door being unlocked was surprising enough, but to be left open was a complete anomaly. "Mr. Thomas?" I asked, poking my head through the door. This was the first time I had entered their house since Mrs. Thomas's birthday party over 6 years ago, and at first glance, it seemed like it hadn't changed a bit. Their fall coats still hung waiting for their chance to be used again, and no one ever would. The house was completely quiet, and I considered leaving. But with the door left open, I became worried about Mr. Thomas's safety. I tiptoed through his foyer. "Mr. Thomas, are you here? It's Jimmy from down the street. I was just checking to see if you're okay," I called out into the darkness. No sound met my call. I stepped into the living room, and I was unnerved by what I saw. I was completely surrounded by images of Mrs. Thomas. Every inch of mantel and table space was covered with framed pictures of her smiling face. I felt sadness well up inside me. for it had been years since I'd seen her face, and I'd almost forgotten how radiant her smile was. But I was then filled with a different feeling altogether. Confusion. This was not the living room of a man who murdered his wife, nor was it one that was abandoned by her. Whatever happened to Mrs. Thomas, her husband loved and missed her terribly. I turned towards the dining room, and I was instantly assaulted by a very different series of images. Covering all the walls were drawings and paintings that I could not quite make out. Some of them were splashes of colour in a spiral, others of tall black figures with no discernible features. The images that unnerved me the most were a pair of black and purple orbs. It seemed to be that Mr. Thomas had drawn these the most. They ranged in quality, with some looking like they were drawn with shaking hands, and others looking like a master painter had done them. These orbs seemed to drill right into me, and I became uncomfortable in their presence. The drawings were so erratically placed on every inch of wall that they radiated with a single word: madness. I considered leaving then and there, but that was when I spotted the door. Laying on the hardwood floor was the door leading to the basement. It had been ripped cleanly off its hinges from the outside. I went over and I tried to lift it, only to discover that this door was made of solid steel. This was the type of entryway that you might find on a bomb shelter. It possessed every type of lock known to man, and yet someone, or something, had torn it off as if it were plastic. I felt a fear like I had never known take hold of me, and it was taking all my will not to run away screaming. Leading away from the basement was a trail of scratch marks, heading towards the back door. It looked as if someone was dragged across the floor, fighting the whole way. A voice in my head was screaming for me to run, to go home and call the cops. But what if Mr. Thomas needed help now? I couldn't abandon the old man when it seemed like his life was in danger. Against all logic, I followed the trail of scratches leading to the back porch. The backyard showed even more signs of a struggle. The balcony rods were missing chunks of wood, as if someone grabbed on with all their might. In the lawn, several patches of grass were pulled out by the root. I could see a clear imprint of a body being dragged right into the woods, and it looked very fresh. Every primal instinct screamed at me, but I could not let them control me. So I ran straight into that field of trees. I stepped quickly and carefully through the foliage of the forest. I didn't know who was taking Mr. Thomas, but I knew that I could not let them hear me, no matter what. The forest seemed far too quiet for a calm summer night. There were no little critters scurrying around, no owls looking for prey. They had all been smart enough to hide from the forest invaders. The moon shone overhead, sending long shadows through the trees. I could feel my childhood fear of those shadows creeping up like a spider, and I began to shake. Looking back, it seemed to be so foolish to be afraid, for I was about to find out that there were things so much worse than shadows and trees. The trail ended in a small clearing, and there I could see Mr. Thomas kneeling in the dirt. I was about to call out to him, but that was when I noticed he was sobbing. I felt as if I had gone back in time, for those were the same sobs we had all heard exactly 6 years prior. He looked up into the dark trees on the other side of the clearing and began to beg. "Please, just give her back. I don't care what happens to me. Just give her back, you bastards." I thought for a moment that he might be suffering from some delusion, for we were alone out here. But that was when I saw them, and I had to stifle a scream. At the other end of the clearing was what I initially mistook for shadowy trees, but they were actually figures. They were pitch black and impossibly long. Their bodies were completely disproportionate, with legs that were far too thick and arms that were far too thin. They had to stand at least 7 feet tall, and they had these elongated skulls. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see no mouth nor nose on their faces. They seemed to be covered in a layer of thick ooze. That was when I got a whiff of their scent, and I almost gagged. Their odor was beyond horrible and completely indescribable. There was nothing on this earth that matched their scent. It was at that moment that the thought occurred to me that these figures were just that, not of this earth. That thought had me gasping audibly before I could even control myself, and at that moment, all of the figures' heads snapped toward me at once, and I could see their eyes for the first time. My blood turned cold in my veins as I stared into those eyes, and in an instant, I understood what those orbs in the drawings were. Their eyes were as black as their skin, and yet held a strange violet sheen to them. These were eyes that had seen countless worlds and galaxies. Eyes that held the secrets of the universe. And now, they were focused on me. A strange and nearly skeletal hand arose from the darkness. The hand bore only 3 fingers, and each tipped with a bulbous, frog-like pad. 2 of the fingers curled, leaving just one pointed directly at me. Mr. Thomas turned around and noticed me for the first time. His eyes held fear at first. Then, his eyes turned to a look of pure guilt and sorrow. A single tear fell from his left eye, and I knew that he was actually apologizing to me. As if summoned by some invisible force, Mr. Thomas was pulled into the forest so quickly that a scream didn't even have time to rise from his throat. The black figures seemed to dissolve into shadows, as if they were never there. For a second, all was quiet, and then came a mighty blast of wind. It sent every wind chime on the house shrieking into a crescendo of deafening music. I was forced to cover my ears to try and muffle the sound in vain. I looked up just in time to see a spiral of blinding colour shoot off into the sky. In what could only be the result of careful planning, the colour spiral reached its peak height just as the town's fireworks began blasting into the night. The anomaly was lost in a sea of colours, and when all was finished, nothing remained in the sky but a mass of smoke. I don't know how long I stood there, simply staring into the sky. Eventually, my natural instincts kicked in, and I slowly made my way home, so my parents wouldn't know I'd left. I told them nothing when they came home. I debated on telling the authorities about what I saw, but would they believe such an impossible tale from a boy of barely 13? I thought not. No more than they would believe an old man whose wife had just disappeared. I simply kept my mouth shut and let nature take its course. It took the authorities 8 days to discover that Mr. Thomas was gone. And even then, it was only because the mailman noticed that the mailbox hadn't been emptied. The police were as clueless to his disappearance as they were with his wife. In the end, most people believed that he just left town and took his own life. Mr. Thomas, the so-called boogeyman of Wilson Street, was gone. He leaves behind no family and no next of kin. He only had 2 true pieces of inheritance, of which I am the sole benefactor. These are madness and the solitary knowledge that these things will be back. I'm a driver for a not-so-well-known delivery company based in a small town in southern USA. I deliver almost anywhere within a 25-mile radius of the city, and I'm one of only 8 drivers they employ. It's the only company of its name, so I'm not going to disclose it or the city name. We all drive big old vans in various states of disrepair and deliver to companies and homes, sometimes in suburbia, sometimes out in the middle of nowhere. This particular day, all of my deliveries happened to be in the latter. I'm still in training, so they reasoned it was a good way to get me acclimated to that kind of driving, make sure I could handle myself safely. I'm not so sure it could have gone any worse for me though. When you're out there on the open road for so long, on the back roads and dirt paths, you can become complacent, lethargic, overtired. All of these things are dangerous, let alone in combination like that, especially for someone like me who's used to driving a small 2-door Honda Civic and not a 10-foot tall screaming metal death trap. So, imagine yourself in my shoes. 15 to 30 minutes between homes for deliveries, 12 packages to deliver in a day as quickly as possible, and mostly tranquil back roads with little to no activity. you'd probably get some highway hypnosis, like I did. It was nearly nightfall at this point, and I only had 1.5 hours left to deliver everything and report back to the station. I passed a delivery stop about 3 miles back. I still remember what happened next with vivid clarity. I'd muttered, "shit," under my breath, cursing myself for being so neglectful to my own duties. Suddenly, moments after snapping out of my stupor and cursing myself, a large figure slinked out of a tree line to my left and moved across the road in front of me. I screamed, panic and adrenaline now coursing through my body in a static shock that seemed to slow time around me. I managed to swerve just in time to avoid the thing, tire marks etching themselves in the road, the tires making an ungodly screeching noise as I righted myself and tried to take back my side of the road. I came to a stop outside of a long, narrow gravel driveway, one that my van would definitely not fit down. At least, not without a large risk for tipping into the ditches on either side. I recognized the address on the mailbox at the end of the driveway. Seems I had a package to deliver here. I stayed in my van for a moment, wondering if this was my anxiety and drowsiness coming together for a vivid hallucination. One that felt real, but a hallucination it had to be. After all, where I live there's nothing like bears or mountain lions. Nothing that would be as large as what my mind had tricked me into seeing. I spent the next 5 minutes in my van, calming myself down, drinking some water and slapping myself awake. I was just trying to reassure myself things like, it was just your mind playing tricks on you, or you're tired, you've been at this for 5 hours and didn't sleep well. I had finally mustered up the courage to exit the van, package in hand, and begin the walk down the seemingly infinite driveway. Of course, the driveway itself only took about a minute to walk down as I approached the house. A few lamps were dotted along the drive, with an interesting smelling scent. Due to company policy, we can only walk up paved ways towards the house, unless there is no available path to the area of delivery. Though, in this case, I think it might have saved my life. I walked down the driveway at a pace that one might consider to be a jog instead of a walk, and upon arriving at the customer's door, I gave a soft knock. For the sake of privacy, I'll just refer to the customer as the nickname my co-workers had given him. Delivery for Mr. One-Eye. There are plenty of stories my co-workers have shared about Old One-Eye, but most of them were something along the lines of Old One-Eye is a weird motherfucker, and variations thereof. I had never delivered to Old One-Eye, and I had always been interested in meeting him since I'd first heard the tales of him. An old Navajo Native American medicine man, from what stories he's relayed to my co-workers. I noticed, as I waited there at Old One-Eye's front door, that there was the tattered remnants of something in the front yard. As best as I could tell in the low light, it was straw and splintered wooden logs. A shed in front of Old One-Eye's house, maybe. But why would he tear it down? I didn't think much of it after this, and I gave another knock. A little louder this time. Mr. One-Eye, I've got your package outside. Are you home? The only light on the old man's porch was a singular electric bulb, which seemed like it was on its last legs. Surprising, considering most amount of light on this property came from the lamps. I noticed one, apparently unfueled, on the front porch. I knocked once more, apparently harder than I intended, as the door slowly creaked open. "Mr. One-Eye? I'm with the delivery service. I didn't mean to open your door. I just kind of..." All at once, a terrible stench assailed my nostrils. I saw a tall figure shifting in the low light of the house, and as I opened the door, I saw the unholy scene laid out inside. I saw old One-Eye, or more accurately, what used to be old One-Eye. He looked as though he'd been mauled by something that wanted to do more than just harm or eat him. His living room had been torn to shreds. His clothes had been ripped off almost completely in the front, and his torso and face. Oh God. I cannot bear to describe it to you. But I did notice what was in the room with him now. It looked like a wolf had had an unholy child with a crocodile, and what came out stood on two wolf legs, had the scaly exterior of a croc, mixed with dark, coarse fur, and its gaping maw held teeth. So many teeth. They looked like they didn't belong in a wolf's mouth. Crooked and hooked, and some of them looked as though they fought for dominance in the wolf's maw, growing into each other, pushing each other out of the way. The image of that thing will be burned into my mind for the rest of my life, and if there is an afterlife, for all of eternity. I did notice something even worse than that. Hooked into one of its claws on its, for lack of a better word, hands, was the remaining eye of old One-Eye. It's as if this thing had a vendetta against him. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I knew I couldn't save him. I mean, he was already dead. I thought, in that moment, I couldn't even save myself. I dropped the package and I ran, sprinting down the stairs from his door and down the walkway to the driveway, still bound to the rules of my company even in this life or death scenario. I heard a blood-curdling, almost deafening screech coming from behind me in old One-Eye's house. It sounded like a woman screaming for her life, a wolf howling, and the sound of metal scraping against metal all mixed into one awful, soul-shattering cry. I had made it to the driveway when I heard footsteps and the clacking of claws against the stone shortly behind me. I dove down on instinct, trying to curl myself into a ball to protect my vitals, and the impact of landing on the gravel not only cut me but knocked the breath out of me. I gasped for air as I lay there in the gravel, in pain and trying desperately to get some amount of oxygen into my now aching lungs. I had expected death, or the slow approach of a malevolent thing coming to take pleasure in my demise. But it never came. After a few moments of catching my breath and fearing for my life, I glanced up. It was there. its unnatural presence looming just at the edge of my vision, where the walkway met the driveway. It came no closer. At first, I assumed it was just taking its time. Some sort of sick pleasure in stalking and killing me. But it never did. It just stood there. Sometimes pacing, sometimes lunging in my general direction, but never past the lanterns. The pain, the aches, the adrenaline wearing off. The knowledge that somehow, some way, I was safe. I suppose it overwhelmed me, and I blacked out. All I know is that the next thing I remember happening was waking up just before sunrise today. The sky opening up to light. My back and my neck were stiff as a board and sore beyond belief. I got up in a daze, as if a man possessed, grabbed one of the lamps near the driveway and went towards my van. I noticed that there were huge gash marks all across that van, and the passenger side window had been shattered. I inspected it a little more closely just to make sure whatever it was hadn't set up in there to ambush me. Once I made sure I was safe, I entered the driver's side door, and I sighed a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The events of that day overwhelmed me, and I bawled like a baby in the car for some time. I'm not quite sure for how long. I checked my phone to see 15 missed calls from my boss. He could wait though, as I called the authorities to report the mauling of old One Eye. I couldn't tell them that some thing almost as tall as my van and as unnatural as to seem from the gates of hell itself had mauled him. So I just told them that a starving coyote was what did it. They came around to the old man's home and questioned me, as I was the only witness, which looked bad on me, of course. But after witnessing the man's body and the state of my van, well, they knew no human could do something like this. They said it must have been a pack of coyotes, not just one, and I must not have remembered it right. I simply nodded my head, lying that I was in a haze and didn't remember much. They called my boss and explained the situation as well, and I told him that I'd call him personally again later. After the cops called paramedics for me, my boss came to retrieve the now beat-to-hell van. I went off to the hospital when he did, and that's where I type this now. I felt as though I should share this story because I could see the thing. When I close my eyes to sleep, it's there. When I look into a patch of darkness, it contorts to become the thing. I see it out of the corner of my eye. I know that it's coming for me. It remembers who I am. I think it remembered old One Eye too. I think that it was what took his eye originally, and it came back to finish him off. Maybe it held a grudge against him. I don't know. I just know that I'm next. Every time I see it someplace, it becomes more vivid. Until just an hour ago, I was gazing outside the hospital window, and I noticed the tree line against the road shift as the sun began to set. I I've lit the lamp, and the same interesting, soothing smell hit my nose. I'm safe for now, at least for a time. I don't know how long I will have until the lamp runs out and it has its chance to get me. I just need others to know about this thing, in case it comes after them too. The lamps are filled with ginseng, cactus flower, and garlic. I can't keep it at bay forever. I think I might just be prolonging the inevitable. Have you ever fallen asleep on the last tram or subway? If you have, you know what happens. At the very last station, an attendant, or in some cases the driver, will wake you up and tell you to get off. Then, you'll have to figure out how to get home on your own. At times, things can get a bit more unlucky and people are missed. In my city, those people will end up in one of the 3 large depots that the trams are returned to each night. These are large maintenance halls with enough room for more than 100 trams. During the day, these depots are buzzing with employees. There are tram drivers who arrive and start their daily shift. There are the maintenance staff who do their regular checkups on the tram cars and take care of repairs. And then there's the office staff who take care of all sorts of logistics. At night though, when the last trams for the day arrive, there is only one person left at that depot. Me. I'm the lucky bastard who has to go through the trams that arrive at the depot in the evening and during the night. My job consists of checking them for lost items, cleaning up any serious mess, and reporting damages done to the interior. Every so often though, I also have to handle those poor people who are forgotten at the last station. It's by no means a common thing. As I said, it is the driver's job to send everyone out before the trams are returned to the depots. There are some though who are lazy and can't be bothered to do the checkups. Others are just plain assholes. My reaction to these occurrences is a mixture of pity and anger. Pity for the person who ends up at the depot, and anger for the driver who didn't do his damn job. I'm especially pissed because I have to walk whoever ended up here to the end of the premises and send them on their way. It's only mildly annoying if it's some guy who fell asleep after a long day at work. But the real shitfest starts if it's some drunkard or druggie. I once found a guy in a tram who was so drunk he couldn't walk anymore. After trying to lead him out of the depot for half an hour, I gave up and just put him to rest in one of the trams. I sent him off in the morning with one of the first lines leaving. Then there was a homeless guy. He was the crazy type. The moment I tried to enter the tram car he was in, he woke up and threatened to attack me or stab me. For some time, I tried to calm him down. Finally though, when he started the ruckus in the tram car itself, I was forced to call the cops. I ended up staying almost 2 hours longer than I should have that night. The truth is, the tram depot can be quite creepy at night. Sure, the whole thing is ablaze with lights, but it doesn't help. The place is absolutely gigantic, the size of many soccer fields. Try to imagine yourself in a giant hall, consisting of nothing but a small office area and dozens of tracks on which the trams are parked one after another for hundreds of meters. At night, when I'm there alone, the whole place is in utter solitude. Even the smallest of sounds not coming from yourself can cause a feeling of dread. What if is a common thought on my mind. I never know exactly what I'm terrified of, though. In the end, it's rare that anyone is trapped in the trams, and there is no reason for anyone to want to break in here. I mean, you can't steal a tram or a maintenance bay. And of course, security cameras are surrounding the premises. What I'm trying to say is that there is no reason to be anxious. None at all. I guess I just can't help it at times. I blame my obsession with horror movies for this. Now, here's the thing. On a typical weekday, there aren't many trams running at night. From around midnight until 5 in the morning, the stations are only served once every hour, if at all. So there's not a lot going on at the depots. On the weekends, you've got trams coming and going at all times, and you're almost never alone. On weekdays, though, things are different. The last tram of the day arrives at around 1 in the morning, and that's about it. I often have a short chat or smoke with the driver before he makes his way home. After that, I'm pretty much on my own, having to handle lights out and all that. Last Tuesday was one of those nights. That day, though, I couldn't help but feel unsettled. After the driver of the last tram had left, I was again all by myself. I don't know why or where it came from, but I had this strange feeling that someone was watching me. It was the weirdest of sensations. I looked around and let my gaze slide over all the trams. But of course, there was no one there. A little bit apprehensive, I entered the last tram and walked through it. There was an empty beer bottle here, some McDonald's packaging over there, and someone had forgotten a handbag. Thankfully, there was nothing damaged or broken. I threw away the trash, and I took the handbag to our small lost and found room. The moment I returned, I saw something. Down the line of trams, I saw a figure inside one of the cars. It looked almost as if someone was sitting inside. It was a tram further down the line, which meant it must have arrived a couple of hours ago, in the early evening. How could someone still be inside? Had I forgotten to check the tram? That made no sense. As I made my way towards it, the figure did not move at all, almost as if it was frozen up. Must be asleep, I told myself. I cursed under my breath and started walking down the line of trams. I really did not want to deal with someone right now. I stepped past the locked doors of the dark tram cars, only for that crawling sense of dread to come back to me. For a moment, I stopped as I felt goosebumps on the back of my neck. I jerked around and I looked back at where I'd come from. Nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief, and I was about to continue on my way when I saw that figure ahead was gone. What in the... I whispered to myself. I quickened my pace, and the moment I reached the tram, I peered inside. There was no one there. I took out my keys, unlocked the door, and entered. Is there anyone in here? Hello? I walked through, from front to back, but found nothing. I began to get a bit unnerved. I had been strangely on edge all night. So, had I just been imagining things? I had seen it so clearly though. In the end, I shook my head and told myself that I was getting tired. I really should get things finished up for tonight and make my way home. Once I was back at the front of the depot, I heard something again. At first, I told myself that my mind must be playing tricks on me still. The more I listened though, the clearer I heard it. It sounded like shuffling feet. Suddenly I felt very cold. I told myself again to just finish things up, to ignore whatever was going on here. Somehow though, I could not do that. I started to walk past the tracks, and I had a look down the corridors between the lines of trams. Where was it coming from? I had only walked past half of the tracks when I could make out something. It was a person. As I stopped, I saw a tiny old lady. She was wearing a dress and holding a handbag that was swinging back and forth with each of her steps. What the hell was she doing here at a time like this? Was she the one I'd seen before? Had she left the tram and made her way over here? Ma'am, excuse me, is everything all right? I called out to her. She didn't react at all. Instead, I could see that she continued to shuffle in my direction, one step at a time, almost dragging herself forward. I took a few steps in her direction when I heard her speak.
Oh my, can you help me out? Would you please come over here?
I stopped right there in my tracks. The voice sounded wrong.
Would you please come over here?
The voice repeated. That same off-putting voice, and the same drawn-out words. I felt a shiver running down my spine, and my arms were covered in goosebumps. Something was wrong here. As I stood there and looked on, she stared at me, and she did repeat it a third time. And honestly, I'm not sure if I even saw her mouth move. Then, for a moment, the whole depot seemed to turn darker, as if all the lights above were dimmed out. There was a kind of lurking shadow behind the old lady. It was a strange, twisted thing, as gigantic as the lady was small. I saw it move forward and stretch into my direction. It reminded me of a bird of prey. It looked almost as if it was reaching out towards me with ghastly wings and talons. I inched back a few steps, and the vision was gone again. I stood there, shaking and sweaty. I shook my head in confusion. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. It was just in my mind. At that moment, I saw something else that made me forget the strange vision from before. There was a sticky, dark liquid all below her and down the corridor. It looked as if it was running down from her body. What the hell? Was she bleeding? Wait, hold on a moment, what's that? I said, but I broke up when she repeated that sentence once again. Not thinking clearly, I ran back to the office area. What the hell was wrong with her? Was she hurt or something? I picked up the emergency phone to dial for an ambulance when some other thought hit me. Once I finished up the checkup of a tram, it is locked. It's common procedure. Sure, with enough strength you can probably push the doors open and get out. They're hydraulic after all. You'd need a whole lot of strength to do that though. Not even I'm able to do it. So, how the hell would this old lady be able to do it on her own? If she had been in one of the trams and I had missed her before, she would still be locked in there. If she came into the depot to get help, why was she in the back? There's no back entrance. The only way in is via the front. I would have seen her. None of this added up.
Would you please come over here?
I heard her voice again. It was right outside the office now. I froze when I heard the shuffling feet and when the office door creaked. She was repeating the same sentence over and over again. With each time, it was a little more off than the time before. There was something else resonating within it. It was almost as if a sinister laugh was underlying. Some kind of barely hidden anticipation. Then, the door was pushed open, and I saw it again. That lurking, shadowy, vulture-like shade. It forced itself through the office door into my direction, dimming out all the light in the room. Before I could even think, my flight response was triggered. I rushed towards the door and got out of there. I didn't look back, I didn't lock up, and I didn't turn off the lights. Nothing. I ran from that place for dear life. Of course, my boss tore me a new one when I came to work the next day. What was I thinking? Why didn't I lock up? What if something had happened? I didn't tell him what I'd seen. I mean, who would believe a story like that? Everything was normal, and the place was busy with maintenance staff and drivers as usual. Finally, I asked him about the old lady and the trail of blood that I'd seen next to track 6. He told me there was nothing there, no liquid or anything, What was I even talking about? When I asked him if he'd checked the security footage, he shook his head. Didn't get time to do that yet. With that, he got up and walked over to the laptop. Hold on. He clicked around a few times, and then I saw him focus on the screen. I stood there and I watched him. I saw his face go blank, and then, after a while, all the colour vanished from it. What is... I started to ask. But before I could finish, he slammed the laptop shut. Nothing. Nothing at all, he said, fear audible in his voice. After that, he told me to go home, have the next few days off and come back next week. I had truly hoped that there was nothing and that I had just imagined the whole thing. As I type this out though, I know that something was there. And even though he said nothing, I know that my boss saw it in those tapes as well. For many years, I was something of a drifter. I made a living as a photographer, and I used the advent of the internet to my advantage, spending my life travelling Australia, looking for the perfect shot, and selling the prints online or at local craft markets on the road. It was a surprisingly lucrative way to live. I suppose because I didn't really have a mortgage or any rent to pay. By around 2016, I started to settle down a bit. I met a great girl, bought a house and a studio in Brisbane, and my big trips were limited to a few times a year. So I spent a lot more time poking around the southeast of Queensland, looking for new shots. That's how I came across the town that almost cost me my life and made me seriously consider settling down into a nice, safe life. Right now, in Australia at least, the town of Allies Creek is going somewhat viral on social media because the entire town is up for sale. A dozen iconic Queenslander homes, various town buildings, a dam stocked with fish, and all for $500,000. Truthfully, it's been for sale for a while, but a recent price drop has made it a popular weird news story. It seems like a great deal in many ways, if that's your sort of thing. It's much cheaper than the average home in Brisbane. But please, for your own safety, don't buy the town. Don't even go there. Allies Creek was built to service 3 local sawmills, but as the logging industry wound down, so did the town itself. It was bought by a couple sometime prior to 2015, with plans to turn it into a country retreat. But the husband died not long after, and his wife has been attempting to sell it ever since. There are, allegedly, 4 houses which have tenants, but I don't believe anyone actually lives there anymore. I heard about the town not long after the owner's passing. I had just settled into life in Brisbane, and I was looking for unique photo opportunities in the area when someone told me about this abandoned town. It seemed like a fantastic idea. There is this eerie feel to abandoned towns that comes through beautifully in a photograph. A sense of decay and desolation as nature slowly reclaims the place. And I could do it in a weekend, because Allies Creek is just under 4 hours drive from the state capital. The town is barely a dot on the map, so much so that if you enter it in Google Maps, you only come up with a point at either end of the Allies Creek Road. Have you ever looked at a map and noticed all the seemingly dead space between highways? Well, Allies Creek is smack bang in the middle of that dead space, roughly between Dalby and Gayunda. It's achingly remote, something I was all too aware of as I rolled the camper van over the hill and down into town late on a Friday night. The owner told me that I was welcome to use any of the non-tenanted houses, but none of them were locked, and even way out here I was a bit concerned about safety. Abandoned towns tend to attract various people, and a lot of them are not the kind you'd want to meet in the middle of the night. I pretty much went straight to sleep that first night. I remember hearing a few sounds in a kind of half-asleep state, but I just put it down to animals, or one of the tenants. It's not like the town is hugely spread out, and apparently a couple of these guys worked quite a way away and kept strange hours, so I barely woke up enough to worry about it. I rose with the sun on Saturday, eager to capture the place in the lonely light of dawn. I've always felt that first kiss of the sun in the morning accentuates the feeling of isolation. Like the expectation of life in a particular place is more starkly contrasted as the sun rises and nothing changes. No one is waking up, no one heading off to work, no mail deliveries, no shops opening for the day. The sheer absence of all that stuff we expect to happen as the day breaks seems to make a place seem all the more lonely to me. And I think that feeling comes across well in a photo. After a very quick but very awful instant coffee, I grabbed my gear and set out to wander. I was surprised by the condition of the old Queenslanders. I had expected more dilapidation, but they were in surprisingly good nick. Someone had obviously been tending to them on and off. In many ways, I think that made my photos better. As if all the people in town had just suddenly vanished a few weeks ago, and nature had just started reclaiming the place. To one side of Allies Creek is thick bushland, part of a series of national forests. Backed up against this bush is the town dam, where I found the rusting hull of a boat resting in the reeds, and the long-forgotten corpse of an ancient Holden ute backed up to a crumbling boat shed. The scene made for some beautiful shots, but the place itself had this unpleasant feel to it. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from all angles. Like 1,000 predatory eyes were fixed on me from every direction. It seemed to abate as I walked back towards the closest sawmill though, and I put it down to simply having the creeps in a genuinely creepy place. The sawmill was much older and more run down than the rest of Allies Creek, an eclectic combination of the 1890s and the 1980s. It was dusty, full of cobwebs and rust, and just absolutely fantastic. I spent a couple of hours just exploring it, snapping shots of everything I could, and breathing in decades of history. It was after lunchtime by the time I ventured back out into the sunlight, and, blinking, I finally realized why I found the place so creepy. It was completely silent. Obviously, it was a largely abandoned town, and I hadn't seen any sign of the tenants, so I presumed I was alone. But there were no birds or any other animals making any noise at all. It was utterly quiet. While that was creepy, I wasn't too worried. I've been in a lot of isolated places, and because of that isolation, there is often not a lot of wildlife around at any one time. It's not as unusual for nature to be silent as horror stories might have you believe, so I shrugged it off, and I trudged back to the camper to grab some lunch. The silence was finally broken as I ate, parked in my camper on the uphill side of town looking down into the thick bush. From that general area came an odd call, a kind of coughing bark that sounded off 5 times and then fell silent again. After the still morning, it did startle me, but it sounded like maybe a possum or a koala, so I quickly calmed down. For the rest of the afternoon, I poked around the old houses, returning to the camper maybe an hour before sunset. I had parked with a vantage over the town, and I wanted to get some shots as the sun went down and night claimed what nature had yet to. Not long after the sun sank into the night sky, I heard that same sound again. Closer this time. It seemed to be coming from down near the dam, and this time it made me sit right up in bed. Where before I'd thought that it might be a possum or a koala, this was much too loud, reverberating off the hillside. Even more concerning were the responses, although they sounded further away. Whatever was out there wasn't alone, and I most certainly was. Within a few minutes, those strange calls were sounding off all around the town. Whatever was out there had Allies Creek ringed in, and something in me was screaming that this was not good. Normally, I enjoy the isolation of secluded places, but in Allies Creek, I felt very exposed and alone. I decided to drive down to the tenanted area, see if anybody was home, hopefully to explain what the strange sounds were, or at the very least, assure me that someone else was around. I could still sleep in the camper, but it would be nice to at least know I wasn't completely alone out there. The first house was dark and locked up, so I didn't even bother. The next 2 had lights on in the window or 2, but all the curtains were drawn, and there were no cars in sight. Still, that didn't mean they were empty, so I parked between them and cautiously got out of the van. As I very carefully ascended the stairs to the first place, I felt like I heard something move just at the end of the street, where the grassland intersected with the bush. I hurried up the stairs and I knocked on the door, only to find that it was already ajar. The dim light spilling out from inside the house showed that the jamb was splintered, and suddenly my heart rate went through the roof. "Hello?" I called in a breathy whisper. "Is anyone there?" With no response, I pushed open the door, and I was immediately greeted by a foul odor. Peering further into the house, I saw a dark stain on the lino, and to my horror, a human arm spilling out of the door. Bile rose in my throat, and I raced back out the front door, aiming to get in the van and get the hell out of there as fast as I could. As I ran down towards the driver's side door, though, there was a loud coughing sound immediately to my left. I practically skidded to a halt and saw a huge shadow slink around the corner of the house. Without really thinking, I sprinted towards the other house to the right, risking another gruesome discovery, but unable to bring myself to run even slightly towards that shadow. This house, mercifully, was unlocked, and I slammed the door behind me, driving home the deadbolt. Outside, those barking sounds rose in intensity, seemingly coming from all around the house. I didn't even think about what I might find. I just ran through the kitchen and bolted the back door too. Thank God all those old Queenslanders are built almost identically, with at least something of a barrier between me and whatever cast that shadow. I took stock of my situation. Outside, I could hear a cacophony of calls and the movement of some heavy bodies. Inside, I had light, but otherwise, the place looked long abandoned. At least there were no mangled bodies, though. Remembering the splintered door of the previous house, I barricaded the back door with the heavy old steel fridge and flipped the kitchen table against the inside door leading to the hall, jamming the legs in as best I could. I had to trust that whatever was out there didn't understand windows, as the door was smashed in at the last place, but all the glass was intact. Then, against every screaming instinct, I switched off the light. For a moment, it was unreasonably dark as my eyes adjusted to the sudden gloom. The clear light of the moon filtered through the lace curtains quickly enough, and I hunkered down against the cabinet, hopefully out of sight of anyone or anything looking in the window. My heart pounding in my ears, I listened closely to the unnatural sounds outside, straining for any sign that I may have been discovered. Given the number of barks, I didn't think I would have the chance of making it to the van. There was nothing to do but wait and hope. Sitting there like that, hiding from God knows what, was interminable. The creatures, and I had to assume that's what they were, showed no sign of letting up, and the night ticked by at an absolute crawl, punctuated by the horrifying coughs and barks. At some stage, something stomped up the stairs at the back of the house, and my heart froze in my chest. I could hear it shuffling around on the patio, sniffing at the wall and the kitchen door. Part of me wanted to try and crawl into a cupboard just to make myself as small and as unobtrusive as possible. But I knew that I might wind up making a racket, and that could prove fatal. Instead, I decided to do something utterly mad. I slowly stood up and looked out the window. I suppose it was an overwhelming sense of curiosity, coupled with the idea that maybe all of this was completely explainable if I could just see what I was dealing with. Maybe it would be less terrifying if I knew what was outside. Unfortunately, the opposite was true. The things I saw out there in the moonlight were so terrifying that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. On the back patio was an animal that almost looked like a dog, but much, much bigger. It would have been well over 1.5 meters at the shoulder, and probably the length of a 3-seater couch. This thing was massive and strong. Muscles knotted under hairless skin as it rooted around near the door, and huge claws splayed out on the hardwood patio. It almost looked as though the forepaws were flexible enough to function as hands. I never got a detailed look at the head, which was down below the window somewhere, because I sat down pretty quickly when I saw 3 or 4 more outlined in the moonlit backyard, playing with what looked an awful lot like a human skull. Eventually, the one at the door gave up, but the calls they made continued through the night. I have no idea how I survived mentally. It seemed like I barricaded myself in well enough, but the sheer terror of that experience, it was enough to send a person over the edge. Still, somehow, I managed to keep it together. And as the night faded, so too did the coughs and barks. I gave it a good half an hour after the first rays of sunlight before sprinting to the van and peeling out of town at about 4 times the speed limit. I didn't stop until I reached a rest area about 100 k's away, where I pulled over and promptly collapsed from the exhaustion of it all. To this very day, I've never told a soul about what happened in Allies Creek. People died there, and there's never been any mention of it anywhere. And now, the place is for sale, and I can't help but wonder how much the owner knows about the town. It seems like someone out there must know something about what's going on, and about what lurks in the thick bushland near the town. I decided the best course of action would be to pretend nothing happened. To pretend that I drove into town, spent the daylight hours, and left again. So I never mentioned what happened. I just sold some photos and moved on as much as I could. But seeing that ad shared all over social media, that chilled me. Someone, somewhere, is going to buy that place and walk into a death trap. So please, take this warning seriously. No matter how cool it sounds to own a town, no matter how good the deal is, please, please, stay away from Allies Creek. Story number 1. The job offer. In the middle of June back in 2012, I received a job offer after about a week of searching. It was barely after graduating uni for my Bachelor of Science. Riddled with debt and sinking in the sorrows of unemployment, I snatched the opportunity to earn a decent keep. When I saw the price tag on the job, a decent keep seemed like pocket change. I cannot emphasize how suspicious and ludicrous the pay was, but also how down on my luck I'd been as far as jobs were concerned. I'm talking a 6-digit payoff for only about a few days of work. Hell yeah, sign me up. I called the number written on the email as instructed. It rang a few times, but eventually a sharp-voiced lady answered in a friendly enough tone. Welcome to Kalen Research Center. How may I take your call? I was taken aback. This sounded official. I realized either this was a very complicated ploy to kidnap me, extort me or something, or a very, very lucky employment opportunity. All three were better than being unemployed for another day though, so I went through the recruitment process and before I knew it, I was on a plane to Alice Springs in the Northern Territory. 2 other scientists were on the plane with me. A young, very, very young Asian man with slick black hair and wide-rimmed glasses covering a pair of brown eyes. Adjacent to him and across from me, a sharp-eyed woman in her 30s wearing a suit, with dirty blonde hair and hazel eyes, locked onto a pristine newspaper. The Asian man was very impatiently tapping away at his laptop, and the two made me feel very unprofessional in comparison. We'd exchanged simple greetings, but I decided to introduce myself before I developed some kind of inferiority complex. So, who do I have the pleasure of flying with this morning? I said, in what I hoped was a semi-professional and sophisticated tone. Oh, of course, the Asian man piped up, eyes darting from his laptop over to me. I'm Nguyen-dong. I just finished my master's last month, but I'm here on account of my drilling experience. I reached out and shook his hand, while wondering what a drilling expert and a geographical scientist like myself could possibly be doing in Alice Springs. Our other companion cleared her throat. Ella Paraday, she said, shaking my hand. I'll be helping with any technological aspects of the project. Speaking of which, do either of you know the objective? I shook my head, mentioning that we might receive it when we arrived. The two agreed, and we settled in for the trip. We left the airport as quick as we arrived, meeting a man whose sign had all 3 of our names written on it. He instructed us to proceed to the taxi bay. There, we went to the vehicle he described, notably one without a driver, and we got in. The doors were not even locked. That's a bit strange, Nguyen said, sitting down in the front seat after calling shotgun. Must be a note around here somewhere. It's like a treasure hunt, hey? Ellera gave him a stern look from the back of the car, but quickly discovered a large white envelope on the seat. Inside was a tablet with 3 boxes on the screen. She moved it to the middle of the car so we could all get a better look. The first box read, Message 1, and the other 2 and 3, respectively, albeit grayed out. We agreed to try the first message. Message 1. Depart from Alice Springs at 2200 using the provided transport. A location has been entered into the issued vehicle's GPS which will be your first and final destination. You will arrive at 0530. Provisions are in the trunk. The second instruction will be decrypted on arrival. Seeing as it was 2200, and with nothing else to go on but a sudden and sharp air of suspicion, we followed the instructions. The drive took a few hours, and I wasn't used to driving on outback terrain. It was all rocky and weird, yet flat. The GPS said we were headed into Western Australia, across the Tenac Desert. As per the instructions, we arrived at 0530. Well, closer to 0540, but arriving right on time was a shot in the dark out there. The sun was hopefully making an effort to crawl up into the sky. A sudden beep from the tablet caught our attention and all shook off the sleep as sufficiently as possible. The second message was no longer grayed out, so we tapped it. Message 2. Congratulations on reaching your destination. In the cargo crate, located in the trunk labeled Duong, is a high-capacity powered drill set. Deploy it 75 meters from your vehicle on flat slate of ground. Upon activation, the final instruction will be decrypted. Alarm bells ringing in your head? Sure was happening to me, but I bit my tongue on the thought of money. I know it was cheap and selfish, not to mention dangerous, but neither Nguyen nor Alara spoke up either. So it was safe to say that they had the same thing in mind. We stepped out of the car and walked the distance we had to, before stopping and letting Nguyen do his thing. I carried the lantern that I'd procured from the trunk and observed the dusty landscape as we waited. No one would be around for kilometers on end. Nguyen put down the large, complex metallic object that he had been carrying and fixated it to the ground with a series of spiked clamps. The cylindrical shape of it resembled a large drain pipe, but the metal cap on top was clearly designed to be open. The scientists attached another device to the top before giving us the thumbs up. "That's it?" I asked. "Alara, what does the tablet say?" She gave me a disgruntled look, brushing the fringe of her hair to the side. "Nothing yet," she said, before pausing. Then it beeped. "Okay, third message. It says, well done for deploying the drill correctly. Open the crate labeled Carter and Paraday. Retrieve the item from Carter's crate and, using the equipment provided in the rear of the vehicle, lower it down the hole and relay the results to Paraday's item." "Maybe we should head back to the car then?" Alara asked, squinting her eyes to the contrast between artificial and natural light. Nguyen nodded. "I'll wait here. I just want to make sure this is 100% ready to go. It's simple enough, but I've never used this particular model before. Carter, could you leave the lantern?" I obliged, setting it down next to him. Ella returned and started heading back to the car, as I followed along behind her. I wanted to maintain an air of professionalism since she seemed to be the opposite of the head out and make friends in the middle of nowhere type of scientist. But my suspicions were naturally making me eager to talk openly. Buttoning down the caution, I headed to the rear of the trunk with her. Inside were 2 crates that we'd seen earlier, marked with both our names. Alara opened hers first. "It's a laptop," I declared, peering over her shoulder. "Control terminal," she sharply corrected. "It's used for relaying data between different local devices. Standard project resource." "Uh-huh," I answered. I wondered what could possibly be inside my crate, but my thoughts were quickly answered. It was a microphone. Not the standard kind of microphone that you might see on a TV music show, but similar. Something wasn't right here. But my thoughts, once again, guiltily fell on the money. I collected my item from the crate and the cables provided with it before heading back out to Rehn. "All set?" "You bet. What have you got for me?" "A microphone and a control terminal," I said, realizing how strange that sounded. It said to lower them down and relay whatever we record to the terminal. I glanced across to Alara, who was already busy setting it up. "Correct," she said dismissively, and I turned back to Rehn. "So, do you need to drill now, or...?" "It's all done, actually. Pretty cool, right? It's high-powered, precise, and silent. I've never seen anything like it, but the readings show it's definitely down there." "How far down?" I felt nervous just asking that question. A giant hole into the earth had such an ominous air to it. "Somewhere between 5 and 6 kilometers," he answered casually. My breath caught in my throat. That was a long way for such a short time. "Oh, okay. Let's do this then," I muttered, as Alara gave a remarkably professional thumbs up. Rehn smiled and removed the cap of the drilling hole. Attaching the microphone to the winch kit supplied, he gave the all clear, and we began lowering the huge spool of wire down the hole. All that was left was to wait for it to reach the bottom. I stood up, sure that Rehn could monitor the drilling hole side of things, and I headed back to Alara. To be honest, just the idea of being so close to an open hole that far down, regardless of the fact that I probably couldn't even fit my foot in it, it was a bit too much for me. The well-dressed woman was crouched awkwardly in front of the terminal set. Noticing my presence, she reported the situation. Predictably, the microphone is already connected via signal to the terminal. "Audio is all we're looking for. Then we can leave," she said bluntly. "Not looking forward to roasting marshmallows?" I jested. The look she shot me was enough of an answer. "I'm not the morning type, Mr. Carter, but please, allow me to do the job I was assigned." And so I did. We sat and waited, with nothing but the sound of unspooling wire to keep us company. The first few minutes were uneventful, the microphone occasionally hitting the side of the drill tunnel with a dull thud. In fact, I would have chalked this up as a really well-constructed prank, if it wasn't for the obviously expensive equipment that we had been provided. It just begged the question of who the supplier was. But I had nothing to go on but Kalen Research Center. What kind of data were they looking for anyhow? For a project like this, I'd have expected mineral withdrawal or deep drill sampling. Audio seemed pointless. Just as I was about to suggest that this was pointless and we were probably never getting paid, something on the terminal moved. "A stable audio trace," Alara muttered, mostly to herself. "And it's not the sound of the microphone hitting the sides anymore. Listen." I drew my body closer to the terminal and listened as closely as I could. There was the sound of the wire unspooling, but it quickly stopped. It must have reached its full length. I continued pressing my ear towards the terminal, and I finally heard it. It was faint, but there was a noise. "Alara, can you amplify that?" I asked, struggling to hear the continuous sound. It hadn't hit home yet, just what the sound could be. Tapping away at the terminal, Alara applied some sort of amplification effect. "I'll just increase it to..." Screams. Blood-curdling, horrifying screams. The screams of someone being disemboweled and flayed alive. It sounded like a dying, cornered animal, but human. So human and raw. I stumbled away from the terminal, and Alara squealed. "Shit, shit, shit," I shouted, blocking my ears. The screams intensified, like a helpless victim being set on fire and torched alive. Noyan came running over, asking what was wrong. We didn't have to answer for him to understand. "Fuck this, we're leaving. To hell with the money," I shouted, kicking myself away from the terminal and standing up. Nobody protested, and we ran straight for the vehicle. We left behind the drill, the microphone, and that damn terminal that wouldn't stop unleashing those wretched, howling screams. The sound burned into my ears. I slammed the door shut, hitting the ignition. I didn't want to, but on instinct, I caught a look through the rearview mirror. The terminal showed a different color to before. It was plain white, with bold black letters, reading, "Data sent." The screen turned off. I turned around, and I floored it. We did not look back. None of us spoke. Nobody said a word for the hours that we drove through the Tanami Desert. We eventually returned to Alice Springs and quickly met the man who held our signs for us upon arrival. My instinct was to interrogate him, to shout at him or obtain answers. But after a quick few questions, it became clear that he knew nothing about it. He did, however, have our tickets back home. We parted ways at the airport, taking our separate flights back home. Never again did I hear anything of the company, Kalen Research. Nor did I ever want to. Story number 2. I live in remote Australia, and I've had some experiences. I'd first like to say that I was really inspired by the search and rescue stories, and I wanted to share some of my own experiences with the great wilds here in Australia. I live in a pretty rural town in the middle of Oz, and my house is on the outskirts. Almost everywhere surrounding the town is Crown land, sacred indigenous land. I used to go out there very often with my brothers and my mates, but I truly regret going out there on my own the most. I'm not 100% sure where to start because I have a few stories to tell. So I'll begin with the one I remember the best. I was about 11 at that time. My best friend was sleeping over my house, and he asked if we could go out and explore a bit. Now, this was after I had already had a few weird happenings out there, so I wasn't 100% excited to go out there, but he seemed really keen. We went out at maybe 3 or 4 in the afternoon for at least 2 hours, and we would have been maybe 1 or 2 kilometers out, reaching an area that I had never been before. I suggested to my friend that we should start heading back, but he didn't answer. He was just staring across a small valley at the peak of the other hill. "What is it?" I said, somewhat nervously. "I'm not sure." "I think it's a person," he said quietly. I saw it then too. A human figure on top of the hill, but it was as tall as the trees. I was about to say we're going home, but before I even opened my mouth, the thing starts bounding down towards us, taking these crazy big steps. I can't even describe the fear that shot through me. We both immediately ran full pelt back to my house, and let me say, my friend was the one that would always win the school foot races, and I was the tubby dude that barely makes it across the line. Yet there I was, keeping pace with him. I was that scared. I quickly turned my head back for a second, and the thing was back on the hill where we first saw it. But that didn't slow us down. We didn't say a word the whole way back. But when we got to the front of the gate of my place, we had nothing to say other than, "What the hell?" We joked about it the next day, but we both know how messed up it was. And we've never spoken about it since. The next incident was one when I was on my own. I think I was 14, going through a really depressed time. I had had a fight with my parents and I just walked out. For some reason, I thought the best thing to do was pick a direction and just keep walking. I was only gone for 10 minutes when suddenly I was somewhere completely foreign to me. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if I just lost my memory of my journey to wherever I was or what. But it was a sudden realization of not knowing where the hell I was. I don't know why, but I wasn't necessarily scared at the time. I felt not safe, but comfortable with my situation, which makes no sense looking back on it. I lived on the east side of town, and it was morning when I left, so I just started going away from the sun and hoped I would find my way back. Within 5 minutes, I came across something really eerie. It was a bench. A wooden bench that must have been freshly varnished, because I was standing maybe 15 meters from it and I could smell it very clearly. I was really creeped out because there was no man-made structure inside at all. I ran past and I kept going until I couldn't see it anymore. This is when I luck out big time. I found an unsealed road that seemed to go the same direction as I'm headed, and I start following that instead. Then I heard a car coming from behind me, and they were kind enough to take me back into town. When I got in the car, however, I asked where I was, and he said that I was around 15 kilometers west of town. What's even weirder is that it was now 3:15 p.m. and I left at 9 in the morning. This next one's a short one. My brother and I were out on the motorbikes, going along a trail that straightened out for a long way, so we both open up the throttle. His bike had a slightly bigger motor, so he pulled away maybe 30 meters in front of me, when all of a sudden, he gets launched backwards as if there was a wall that only he hit, but his bike didn't. I helped him up, and he said he was fine, which I found hard to believe. But we eventually made it back home, and he said that he was still perfectly fine, and he acted as if it hadn't even happened. Every time I ask him about it, he says he doesn't remember anything like that happening. Another short one, and the most recent so far. I was at a party. Me and some friends had walked back to my best mate's house to stay the night, because it was only a block away from the party. Everyone fell asleep pretty quickly, but 2 hours went by, and I still couldn't doze off, so I decided to walk home, which was only about 10 minutes away. I hadn't quite sobered up yet, so I didn't really bother trying to hold my head up. I just looked up occasionally in case I was about to run into something. At the street just before mine, I look up and I see a dingo in the middle of the road looking at me. Normally, when a dingo sees a person, they bolt in the opposite direction. But this one, it just stood there, motionless. I froze for a second, and then I crept slowly forward, unsure of what to do. I soon realized that it was still facing the same direction. Completely confused and kind of scared, I look forward, and I go back to walking at a very brisk pace. When I turn my head to see if it's chasing me, it's completely vanished, without a sound. I eventually got home, but I didn't get any sleep. The more I try to recount these things, the harder it gets to remember them all. So, that's all I'll post for now. I might make another post later on if I can. Story number 3. Outback camping. This camping trip turned into a genuine horror movie when I was visited in the dead of night by a group of rancid people. For context, I live in the Northern Territory, and I wanted to get away from everyone, especially my insane family. I did some research on some large open areas, and I found that the largest farmland in Australia was Anna Creek Station. Apparently, this land is bigger than all of Israel or something. I packed my stuff and drove the 400-kilometer trip in my 4x4 camping rig. I got out there and I was feeling good. Set up my gear and I was ready for my first meal. It was about 9 p.m. when I got tired and I decided to go to bed. I sleep in the back of my rig as it's an SUV, 100 series Land Cruiser, and I feel much more comfortable here than if I was in a tent. At around 1 in the morning, I woke up, not sure why. As I was trying to fall asleep again, I started to hear heavy footsteps around my ute in the dirt. They were irregular footsteps. They would take 3 steps in one direction, then 3 steps toward my ute, slowly getting closer and closer. I was really regretting having the back windows cracked now. As the footsteps grew closer, they seemed to be becoming more frequent, while somehow keeping the same rhythm. 3 steps left, 3 steps forward, 3 steps right, and so on. They got closer and closer, And now, I was hearing the steps coming from both sides of my ute. I'm 100% sure that this is no animal. There's nothing out here that would walk like that. At this point, I was shitting bricks, and I didn't dare to move or make any noise. Whoever was out there would know for sure there was someone in the vehicle. Who would leave a car out in the middle of nowhere 3 hours drive away from anything? At this point, they're right outside the car. My tinted windows were keeping me from being seen, at least I hoped. I hear something scratching on the window right beside me. It sounded like metal on glass. I could barely see out of my window, but if there was something there, I would have definitely seen a silhouette at least. Both sides of my window were now being scratched, as well as the back window. Now, at this point, I know there are at least 3 people outside, trying to either get in or get me out. I was shaking from the terror and the adrenaline. I'm usually a fighter when it comes to people messing with me, but something about these people made me go into a flight response. I tried to creep my way into the driver's seat, but as I moved, my knee squished against something that made a loud crinkle noise. The scratching stopped on a dime. Everything went completely silent for what felt like hours. And suddenly, the most blood-curdling screams were let out all around the car. There were like 7 or 8 of these things outside. It sounded like the scream of a mountain lion, which we definitely don't have here. It was clearly something else. The scratches and screams on the windows turned into banging. The entire car was swaying from side to side as these things were hitting it. They were incredibly strong. They would have probably tipped the car if they tried hard enough. I sprung into action, jumped in the driver's seat, and turned on the car. In front of me, hunched over, was what looked like an older man. About 5'10", very pale, dirty, and wearing no clothes. He did not have any weapons, but his fingernails were at least 12 centimeters, 5 inches, and very sharp. This was the only part about him that looked unnatural. 6 more of these people ran in front of the car, screaming their heads off, banging on the bonnet. They all looked different, except they were all pale, overly long nails, and no clothes. I threw it into first, and I peeled off out of there. They were sprinting behind me. The red glow from the taillights made them look devilish. I was reaching 40 k's an hour, and I was barely losing them. I got about 20 k's down the rugged path, and they were no longer in sight. I pulled the ute over, just to think on what the hell just happened. I was petrified, and the adrenaline was long gone. I broke down in tears. I felt safe enough, and I was about to head off when I heard a quiet, animalistic groan, as well as metal on metal coming from the roof of my car. It was then when I realized I'd left the sunroof open. I didn't dare to look up. Story number 4. School camp. This has always made me question my sanity. Ever since 2017, I've had strong anxiety problems. If I'm somewhere away from home or in a stressful situation, I have horrible panic attacks. The sort where you want to vomit, have cold sweats, and feel like you're going insane. Anyway, I was kind of nervous at this camp because I knew I'd probably get a panic attack. It was the second night, and we were camping in the bush in 2-person tents. We were all standing around the fire as the instructors were telling us that if we moved rocks and disturbed the nature or something, that they'd kill us. So of course, I'm not listening. Everyone's moving back to the main camp to get all their stuff, and I'm the last to move. As we're going back, I feel a panic attack coming on. I brace myself because I know how shit I'm gonna feel. Except this time, it was different. It was the same nausea and cold sweats, but it felt as though I was being followed. It was like a primal reaction that I don't really know how to explain. But as we're moving, I see something move. When I say I see something move, it looked nothing like an animal or anything living. It was just a void, a blackness that moved. At first, I thought it might just be me seeing things, because my vision in the dark is, well, pretty shit. I haven't had my vision tested anyway, but this was more than just a vision issue. Because it fucking moved. I can't explain it, but it's like it rolled in the trees. And I know it was something because the ferns it passed through rustled. The trees also swayed a bit, but the main thing I noticed was the cold. Now, I'm sure you know how hot Australia is. It was only winter and the night was still 25 degrees Celsius, which is around 77 Fahrenheit. But this thing, I swear it turned the air to something like 5. It was now that I realized I was standing still, and this thing was approaching. When I realized this, I just ran straight back to the group. After that, the panic attack faded, like usual. But that event stuck in my mind. When we went back to the campsite, I didn't see the thing again, thankfully. To this day, I can only see it as some kind of lucid dream or a hallucination from the panic attack. I don't believe in spirits or demons, so I'm convinced this is the answer. But one thing stays with me that makes me question my belief. That morning, when we woke up, we stood around the burned out fire. And when I looked back at where the thing had been, all the plants that had been in its presence were dead. The ferns it passed through and the trees that were all dead and decaying. I couldn't understand how this had happened so quickly or why they were the only dead ones. And I know for a fact that these plants were not like that before. We even got told off by the instructor for sleeping under a dead tree the next morning, because it was dangerous. But when we had put the tent up under the tree that night, it was definitely alive. Prison is not a pleasant place, especially not for the new guys like me. That's not important though. I'm only allowed to use the computer and access the internet for so long. What's important is how I ended up here. It's a story that needs telling. Up until about a month ago, I was just a regular guy. I had finally graduated from university with a diploma in engineering. Before I would join the workforce, I went on a well-earned vacation. One of my favourite activities was hiking, or, to be more precise, backpacking. During many of my semester breaks, I had explored vast areas of Germany and Western Europe. I'm a typical loner. Always have been. So I enjoy time alone in the wilderness. I had planned to spend spring and summer backpacking one last time. There were a few areas in Germany that I had not seen yet. And after that, I had planned to make my way up to Denmark and Scandinavia. On a Friday night a few weeks ago, I had a chance encounter that should change my life forever. I often travelled in the late evening, and sometimes even into the nights. There's something about the solitude of those late hours and having the stars above you. It's quiet, relaxing, and most of all, humbling. As I walked on, my thoughts drifted to a topic that had been on my mind for a while now. Was a career in engineering really what I wanted to do? I was so deep in thought, I only noticed the thunderstorm when it was already too late. At first it was only a drizzle, but within minutes it became a downpour. I stopped to set up camp, but the storm had become way too bad. There was no way I'd be able to get the tent up. Instead, I dashed for a nearby forest to sit out the worst there. If I was lucky, I might even find a couple of trees that would shelter me enough to set up the tent. When I was only a few dozen meters from the forest, I noticed a small wooden shack. It was a tiny thing, most likely constructed as a resting place for wanderers. I didn't like the look of this tiny, gloomy place at all. But being drenched in the rain was even worse. As I stepped up to the small entrance, I noticed a light inside. When I peeked inside, I saw a man sitting at a small cooking fire. Before I could say a word or come up with a greeting, he noticed me. "Hey, don't stand there like that. Either get in or get the hell out of here." "Oh, yeah," I said, stepping inside. "Sorry about that." With that, I took a seat opposite him, but I made sure I was right next to the exit. I was always the cautious type. "So, what brings you here at a time like this? We're probably the only people still out." Nothing much. I'm hiking or, well, backpacking. Forgot the time and I was surprised by the storm. Didn't even get the chance to set up camp." At this, my new acquaintance laughed. "Guess we're both unlucky. I was out hunting when the storm surprised me as well. With it pouring like this, there's no way I'd make it home. So I decided to sit out the worst here." I gave him a friendly smile and nodded. Still, I didn't like this situation at all. Sure, this guy seemed friendly enough, but sitting here in a dark shack with a stranger didn't feel right. It was unnerving. After some time, he seemed to notice my demeanor and the anxious glances I took at him every once in a while. Come on now, I'm a hunter, not some psychopath or serial killer. I looked up in surprise and shook my head. No, I didn't mean to. Relax. The name's Thomas. I'm pulling your leg. Eric. I introduced myself. Honestly though, can't blame ya. It's creepy out here. Middle of the night. This small little place here. Thunderstorms. Doesn't feel right. You scared the living hell out of me, appearing out of nowhere. I couldn't help but laugh myself. Look who's talking. You sitting there in the back like that? Why do you think I was afraid to step in? Then we were both chuckling. How long you think the storm will last? I asked. Thomas shrugged. Storms like this are common this time of year. I'd say an hour or two at the most. Ah, you're from around here, right? He nodded. Live down in the village, he said, and gave a brief nod to his left. Can't wait to get home. It's way too late. While we continued our awkward small talk, Thomas pulled a piece of meat from his backpack. He sliced off a small bit of it with a long hunting knife. I inched back against the wall of the shack when I saw it. I watched as he pierced the small piece and roasted it over the small flame of the cooking fire. It's rabbit, he said, when he noticed me staring at him. Real good. Real tasty. I watched him as he turned the meat from one side to the other. Fat juices were dripping from it, and I felt my mouth watering. You hungry? He asked, when he noticed me watching him. No, I'm fine. It was just... No need to be shy. There's more than enough. It was quite the big one I caught today. Got no plates though, so you'll have to make do with the knife. As he held it out towards me, I noticed that something was wrong with his hands. They looked dark or dirty. I was about to say something, but I decided to keep my mouth shut. Instead, I just took the knife from him. I hadn't admitted it, but I was starving. I blew on the steaming meat for a bit before I took a bite. It tasted weird. I had tried rabbit, and this here tasted different. To be honest, it tasted like nothing I'd ever eaten before. You sure this rabbit was alright? It tastes kind of funny. Thomas smiled and nodded. It's 'cause the meat's fresh. Caught it earlier this evening, only a couple hours back. Fresh meat always tastes different. I sat there for a bit, staring at the knife in my hand before I tried another bite. It still tasted as strange as before. I don't know, might not be my thing, I said, and returned the knife to him. Thomas shrugged. Suit yourself. You ever been hunting? No, never. Why? I'm just wondering. It's a shame, really. Hunting's amazing. Almost exhilarating. Waiting for your prey, following it, exhausting it, and then taking it down. There's something special about it. You know? It almost feels like I'm a different person, like I'm truly alive. I nodded, but I felt awkward. Somehow, what he had just said did not sit right with me. It wasn't so much his words, but the way he was acting. He'd leaned forward staring at me with wide eyes and a twisted grin on his face. I couldn't help but shudder a bit. For a moment, my initial apprehension came back, and I regretted having returned that knife. I tensed up when Thomas got up, but instead of jumping me, he stepped to the entrance of the shack and looked outside. Well, what do you know? It's cleared up. As I listened, I realized he was right. The noise of the pouring rain outside had almost subsided. Guess I better get going. Need to catch at least some sleep before work tomorrow. Sorry, gotta leave you here by yourself. All good, no worries. With that, Thomas gathered his things, took care of the small cooking fire, and, after a quick wink, he went on his way. The moment he left, I took a long, deep breath and felt myself relaxing. Freaking hell, that entire encounter was just creepy. I took out my camping lamp and I turned it on. I would not sit here in the dark like that all on my own. As Thomas walked away, I listened to the sound of his footsteps. For a while, I could make them out before they grew more distant. Eventually, I couldn't make them out anymore. Guess he's gone for good, I thought. Or he's stopped somewhere nearby. Shit, don't start to think about weird stuff, I told myself. He's just a normal guy. Maybe a bit weird, but harmless. Still, I told myself to stay awake, because you never know. So, I put the small lamp right next to me and positioned myself so I could see the shack's entrance. I thought about setting up camp somewhere else, but after the downpour, everything would be wet and muddy. As much as I hated it, I was best off staying right here. While I sat there and watched the entrance, I felt myself drifting off. I don't know how late or early it was when I finally dozed off. I was awoken by a hand touching my shoulder. I jerked awake, and for a moment, I was confused about my whereabouts. While I put together that I was still inside the shack, I found myself face to face with two police officers. Found someone inside. He was asleep. The female officer called out to someone outside. Care to explain what you're doing here, young man? The other one asked. I just spent the night here because of the storm, officer. What's going on? Let's go outside, he said, leading me by the arm. The female officer stayed inside to have a look through my things. You think it was him? Another officer asked. The one next to me shrugged. Says he stayed here because of the storm. Might be nothing but a coincidence. Would be one hell of a coincidence, the officer who had been outside said, giving me a suspicious look. What's going on here? I finally asked. A young woman from a nearby village went missing yesterday afternoon. Her family called us last night. After the storm, we searched the area in case she'd gotten herself hurt. Turns out, she was right here. I looked around, but I saw no one here except the officers. She's right behind the shack, dead, stabbed half a dozen times with a knife. Care to tell us what you know about that? That's when my world started spinning. My legs gave way as I remembered Thomas last night. The way he was acting, the way he talked about hunting. Then, something clicked in my mind. A knife. And with her loud voice, the female officer announced that she had found precisely that inside the shack. At this moment, everything went down too fast. I was accused, handcuffed, and shoved into the back of the cop car. As we drove off, I told them all about Thomas and what had happened last night. Then, I recalled one more thing. It had been dark in that shack, but I'd wondered about his hands. I'd thought they'd been dark or dirty, but no, he was wearing gloves. And that's when I realized why he'd handed me that knife. He had got me. He had got me good. When I remembered the meat, I gagged and almost threw up right there inside the police car. They later proved my suspicions. They had found part of the girl inside the shack and in the remains of Thomas's cooking fire. The local news called it an utterly disgusting deed and a cannibalistic murder. I don't know how often I told them the entire story, but I often pleaded with them. But they didn't listen. Even my attorney, who believed my story, told me that there was no way to prove any of it. They had found no hint of anyone else being there. Thomas, or whatever his name was, must have prepared for this murder meticulously. And with me stumbling right into his mess, he had found the perfect scapegoat. Have you ever heard of the Bunyip? An enigmatic mythological creature from Australian Aboriginal folklore, the Bunyip is whatever it needs to be. Do a Google image search for it. Doesn't help, huh? So, what exactly is the Bunyip? The Bunyip is a wombat-like creature with a curved reptilian talons and a long wet tail. The Bunyip is Australia's answer to Nessie, scaly, prehistoric, with a wide gaping mouth and fins that glide silently through murky waters. The Bunyip is a giant rodent with goat-like eyes and a butcher bird's beak, a precision killer, capable of stripping you of your skin before you even realize you're being eaten. The Bunyip is a yowie, a large, violent humanoid. The extreme variation in the Bunyip's appearance is largely blamed on the lifestyles of pre-colonisation Indigenous Australians. Scattered, nomadic, with several hundred tribes and several hundred languages. It was no surprise that things were lost in translation. And yet, the Bunyip appears in Indigenous Australian mythologies all over the continent. Notably, one thing remains consistent. Do not wade into the billabongs, the waterholes, the creeks, and the rivers at night. That is where the Bunyip waits. For thousands of years, Australian parents, from prehistoric Aboriginals to 21st century Euromutts, have been retelling the tale of the Bunyip to scare children away from playing in the water alone. That was what my father thought when he told me. Dad's version of the Bunyip was another warped take on an Australian marsupial. He spoke of a reanimated kangaroo corpse, slimy with algae and matted black fur, and in possession of a pair of hook-like fangs. This particular Bunyip lived in the dam near the donga at the mines, which is why I wasn't allowed to go anywhere near the dam at night. Dad was an opal miner. He and Mum divorced when I was a spry 6-month-old, and I'd spent every summer break languishing in the red dustscapes of Quilpie, an isolated Queensland mining town with a roaring population of 400. An hour out from that, Dad operated a small open-cut mine. We would always spend a week or two at that mine. My days there consisted of poking through the red earth in hopes of finding a giant chunk of boulder opal, feeding a backpack full of batteries into my Game Boy, or scouting for wild dog bait. Not many people worked at the mine. My dad, a handful of his mates, and the occasional backpacker who wandered through. The summer of 1998 was the last summer I spent at Dad's mine. I was 11 years old. Like every year before it, 1998's summer was brutal, unforgiving, and demanding. It beat you to the ground with nausea and glare, swallowed you whole, and drowned you in a heavy, wet broil. I was sitting in the shade of a car, watching the excavator tear up helpings of red earth. Reese, the son of one of my dad's mates working at the mine, was messing around on my copy of Pokemon Blue. Reese listened to the Smashing Pumpkins, had a girlfriend called Jennifer, and wore a pair of black Nike Dunks. He was cool. It was crucial that he found me tolerable. I was straining to not acknowledge Reese's defeat at the hands of a level 26 Geodude, so I didn't notice when the excavator's engine abruptly cut out mid-dig. I did notice, however, when Dad let loose a scream that rang across the shallow mine. The reason for the halt in operations was immediately clear. Tangled in the teeth of the excavator bucket were bones. Yellowed, brittle, but almost inarguably human. Dad scooped up a piece of the crushed skull. "It's another bloody one," he said, holding the fragment up to the light. "Whoa," said Reese. "Is that a person?" "Yep." Dad spat at the ground and then waved at the excavator driver. "Want to play gravedigger, Mike?" "Do we call the police?" I asked. The bones, splintered in the bucket and the freshly exposed earth, hit me with a rush of guilty excitement. I was already thinking of flashing sirens, grim-faced CSI agents, and the surge of primary school fame that I'd get from being traumatized 11-year-old Lachlan Wallace in the national news. "Nope." "Why not?" I asked, indignantly. "They might have been murdered." "Yeah, maybe," Mike said, clambering ungracefully down the excavator chassis. "But we'd be about 2,000 years late." "These are Aboriginal bones, Locke," Dad said, lightly tossing the skull fragment back into the dirt. "Not even the first ones we found." "Do we call an architect then?" Dad laughed. "An archaeologist, Locke?" He shook his head. "No, we don't tell anyone." "Is that allowed?" Reese asked, surprised. Mike shrugged. "If we tell the council, this mine can become culturally significant," he said. "They send some mob out here to poke at the dirt for a few months, decide, yeah, okay, this ground is sacred. Your dad loses the lease and we're shit out of luck. We'll rebury him out yonder, Dad said, pointing out a little past the dongers, with his mate. And don't mention this to Gaz or the lot. I felt uneasy. The situation struck me as mercenary and underhanded. Still, I admired my father, and it was difficult for a child to doubt his parents' actions. Reason I watched as Dad, Mike, and a couple of others loaded the bones on some blue tarp for transportation. How do you think he died? I wondered. Is this like an Aboriginal graveyard, maybe? Like in that Simpsons episode, where their house is on an Indian burial ground, Reese said, excitedly. Maybe this place is haunted. That'd be cool, I agreed. The excavator growled back to life. Dad and two other guys, Jono and Wayne, slowly shuffled the tarp stretcher backwards, careful not to drop any bones. I liked sitting in the mine at night. I would prop myself up in the clay-caked bucket of the excavator, inhaling the heady tones of freshly turned soil. From my concealed perch, I could stare up at the night sky and watch the satellites lazily drift above the earth. I had long ago given up on wishing upon shooting stars. The sky was so brilliant and busy, so clear from the smog and light pollution of my Sydney home, that shooting stars were as remarkable as the endless flies. I liked listening to the sounds of the mine and the scrub surrounding it. The mine was so alone and so outwardly devoid of life that any noise in the dead of night would send a thrill of fear through my body. In the bucket, I was safe. The soft scattering of earth falling from a heaped mound, or the inexplicable crackle of a twig, reinforced the necessity of my shelter. Over the distant, desperate churning of the fan in Dad's donga, I swear that I could even hear the mine. It was so open, so mammoth, that even its silence struck me as deafening. I imagined I could hear a ceaseless, baritone yawn echoing within its shallow depths. It was in this state of hypnotic awareness that I heard the dam stir. I paused. The dam and the sky were the only two entities that usually guaranteed true silence. It didn't get windy, so the dam didn't lap. Its surface was usually smooth as glass. I peered out over the bucket's teeth. Small, concentric ripples played out on the dam's surface. It didn't have any fish. Nothing lived in there. I slid out of the bucket and, again, hesitated. The mine represented the midway point between the dam and the camp. Walking towards the dam took me much further away from Dad and the rest of the crew, and the fluorescent lighting. Still, there was a creek not too far away. Maybe something had come from there. Something cool, like a platypus or a crocodile. Slowly, I moved towards the dam. Its surface was calm again. I noticed a fresh track of moistness in the earth at the dam's lips, as though something wet had been dragged out, or dragged itself out. It trailed out 3 or 4 feet before the dirt dried out. I took another halting step towards the dam when I heard the loud snap of a nearby branch. The loud trill of vulnerability possessed me, and I bolted back to camp. "Who's on big duty?" Dad asked brightly, rolling his morning smoke. "Mike still," Jono replied. "I just had 4 days in a row and he chucked a fit." "Mike's pissed off," Dad said. "So if everyone else is too busy being chivalrous and holding hands, I'll gladly take it." "Why would Mike take off?" Jono furrowed his brow. "Is Ute still here?" The excavator had air conditioning. It was a coveted position, and one you stuck around for if it was your shift. "Wayne's gone back for more gas, so he would have hitched back with him." I wandered over to the deposit trash. Dad always let me sort through the leftover rocks in the hope of finding a piece of overlooked opal. He had promised to let me keep anything I found. A promise that was made, I imagine, under the assumption that I would never find anything. Reese was already there, emptying rock fragments out of his Nikes. "You're up early," I noted. Reese usually didn't join us until midday, which was another of his faithfully teenaged habits, one I occasionally tried to emulate. Reese shrugged. "The fan's on the fritz in our donga. It sounds like a chainsaw. I gave up on sleeping hours ago." Not wanting to seem too eager, I grabbed a stick and idly overturned pieces of rubbish rock. "Your dad's on the excavator today, huh?" I said. "I wish he'd let me on it." "I thought Mike was digging." "Nah, he went back to town with your dad," I said. Reese paused. "But I saw Dad leave this morning. The last thing he did was check in that I was sure I didn't want to come with him. Mike wasn't there." "Maybe he picked Mike up down the road." "Yeah, maybe." I frowned. In any other circumstance, an adult man ditching work was barely worth the energy it took to raise an eyebrow. The outback, though, was lipped with the promise of death at any misstep. The mundane became immediately dangerous. A flat tire, sticking your feet in your boots without checking first, losing your bearings when you duck out for a piss. Rest in peace, Larry. He also could have taken one of the bikes, Reese suggested. There was a small collection of decrepit motorbikes scattered around the mine for general use. Everyone liked riding them. "I guess," I said, cheering up. That was almost definitely it. I sucked in a mouthful of nighttime air, anticipating the full round taste of the mine. Instead, I recoiled. Rot. The sweet, cloying, immediately recognizable scent of decay. I leapt down from the bucket and looked under it. A dead lizard, maybe? Discarded dog food. But nothing was there. I followed the scent, sniffing like a curious bloodhound. I was 11 years old, and dead things were cool. You could poke them with sticks, and sometimes they'd explode. The scent grew stronger towards the westward section of the camp. I picked my way through the equipment, chairs and scrap metal framing the corrugated dongas. I heard that familiar deep hum of the overworked fans, the clinking sounds of cutlery singing faintly from behind the tin walls. As I cautiously shuffled past the remnants of a burned-out charcoal grill, I noticed the fluorescent light buzzing out of Mike's donga. I hadn't seen him come back. Curious as to why he didn't join the rest of the crew at dinner, I headed towards his cabin. Still, it was hard to ignore that smell. Mike's door was nearly wide open, standing at the bottom of the stairs. I could see him sitting on his bed. "Hey, Mike," I said. Mike turned slightly to face me. It was difficult to see under the white-hued light, but he seemed tired. Like his whole face was tired, drooping slightly. I was faintly reminded of my grandpa after his stroke. "You missed out on digger duty today," I said. He leaned forward, angling his head to see me better. As he did, I saw him better too. He was stretched, like something was grabbing his skin and stretching it down, much further than normal skin should allow. Hanging from his jowls, his forearms, even his hands. I could see the fleshy red part of his eyes, the part you only see when you pull a face, pulling your eyelids down. His lips were stretched, right down to his jaw, revealing an impossible amount of bloody gum. I took a step back. Mike started working his mouth, opening it, closing it, slowly. "Mike, are you Mike stood up, wobbling. He took a hesitant step towards the door, opening and closing his mouth faster. Like a goldfish. Open, close, open, close. Silently. And then rasping breath pouring out of him. A long, unending exhale. All conscious thought had left my mind. My legs carried me as I single-mindedly fled. And then I heard it. His voice. Dad walked heavily back into the donga. It was the stride he had when he was mad at me. But he couldn't get mad at me because he only saw me once a year and needed to be the fun parent. "Mike's okay," he said. "Bloody noble of you to be checking up on my workers at 11 at night." "He's not okay," I insisted. His face was all weird. He was acting weird too, like he couldn't talk. "He could talk fine when I went and spoke to him," Dad said. "He was probably just messing with you, kiddo. It can be hard to resist. But he was, tell me in the morning. I gotta be up in 5 hours. And no Game Boy with that bloody book light." I stared at Mike as he worked the digger. He did seem okay. Down, dig. Up, release. Down, dig. Up, release. I told Reese what happened, and he thought it was hilarious. "It's probably because you read all those goosebumps," he laughed. "It's fun to scare you." Still, I couldn't really look away from Mike. The way he moved the controls reminded me of the animatronics of the Looney Tunes river ride at Movie World. Those slow, methodic movements, the jarring shake after each gesture, the urge to look back at them when you weren't supposed to, when your boat had drifted by, to get that weird, insider exhilaration at seeing it collapse. The lights fade and then whir back to life and repeat the script for the riders behind you. The idea that if I looked closely enough, I could see the mechanical arms working underneath their skin. I didn't want to be outside that night. Even the bucket didn't make me feel safe. I stared up at the night sky, counting. I was proving a point. I wasn't easily scared. If I could stay out for another 10 minutes, that would prove it. Then, I could go back inside. I watched a star streak through the sky, and I imagined how loud it would be if it plummeted to the earth. Footsteps. My hair stood up. More footsteps. A familiar, cloying scent, very faint. Again, footsteps. I sat upright, and I saw a figure standing a few feet away. "Dad?" I called out. "Hello," said Mike. Inexplicable tears pricked at my eyes. Still, I tried to keep my voice level. "Hey, Mike," I said. "What's up? Do you want to see something?" I fidgeted. I was actually about to get back. I need to pee. "It's in the hole." "The hole?" Mike wordlessly pointed to the mine behind me. The gesture was sudden and abrupt, coming to a trembling halt. "Do you mean the mine? It's in the mine?" "Yes." No, I actually really need to take a leak," I said, climbing out of the bucket. "I'm busting." "You'll like it." I paused. In the moonlight, I could just pick up on Mike's expression. His face had stretched into a frozen grin. The white of his teeth flashed in the dark. He was staring at me. "I'll go piss, and I'll be right back," I said. "Promise." Mike didn't respond. Stealing my nerves, I walked past him. As I did so, he turned his head to follow me, smile remaining fixed, wide, and unwavering. I didn't keep looking to see how far his head would turn. Seconds after breaking eye contact, I sprinted back to camp. I didn't mention Mike's behavior to Dad. Mike probably just wanted to show me a new opal vein or one of the fossils that occasionally gets unearthed. Maybe he was just messing with me. He seemed more fluid today. Still a little stiff, but he would laugh at jokes and manipulated the excavator more gracefully. "Check this out." Reese threw himself down next to me, waving a torn magazine in my face. "What is it?" "Penthouse. I found it in the trash." I quickly shuffled over next to him, peering over his shoulder. "Whoa. Yeah." We wordlessly flipped through a few pages. I pretended to be familiar with all the terms. "Hey, I was wondering," Reese said. "Yeah? How do they know that skeleton was old? As in ancient or whatever?" "You're thinking about that now?" I asked. "Dude, what goes on in your mind?" Reese laughed. "I don't know, man. I was just thinking." Dad's throaty snore was almost drowned out by the screaming engine of the fan. Nestled under a thin, holly sheet, I smiled as gym leader Erica threw out a victory bell. My Charizard was already switched in. I didn't need to prove myself tonight. Besides, there were fewer mosquitoes inside. I had just secured the rainbow badge when I heard crunching outside. I poked my head out of the blankets in time to see Reese walk by the window. I hopped out of bed and I called outside, softly calling his name. "What?" he whispered. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the mine to check for more bones," he replied. "You want to come?" "No thanks," I hesitated. "If you see Mike out, don't talk to him. He's been acting weird lately." "You're still on about that?" "No, I faltered. "I guess he's been drinking or something." Reese shrugged. "Have fun playing Tamagotchi or whatever." I wrinkled my nose against the midday sun. After cursing out Mike all morning, Dad was filling in as digger again. "Bloody unreliable," he'd fumed. "Takes off, says nothing. Well, he doesn't get paid." I absent-mindedly picked at my toenails, wondering where Reese put the penthouse. I silently rehearsed a casual way to ask for it when he finally woke up. "Hey Reese, where are you hiding the goods? So Reese, that penthouse still open to the public? Hey, what was the name of the chick on page 15? A guttural scream interrupted my thoughts. I jumped up. Wayne. Wayne was on his knees, screaming and screaming. A hoarse, deep scream, and his arms wrapped around his stomach. I ran to him. Dad jumped out of the excavator without killing it, rushed to me, tried to grab me and turn me away so I couldn't see. It was too late. Long, shredded, loose slivers of flesh dangling from the teeth of the excavator bucket. Strings of sinew wrapped around the loose rocks. Lumps of muddied, red meat. Pinkish bones jutting from the soil. Tufts of hair. Bloody viscera glinting in the sunlight. A half-eaten, skinless leg wearing a black Nike dunk. The murder was pinned on Mike. He was never found, but in corroboration with my testimony, the police assumed Mike had had a psychotic break, brutally hacked Reese apart, and fled into the bush. They sent a chopper searching for him a day or so, but the search was abruptly cancelled. Dad told me for years that they never found him, but I had always suspected that that wasn't the truth, that they'd found his parched body in the bush somewhere. I called Dad a few months ago, asked him to level with me. "I'm in my late 20s now," I said, "so no need to keep up any more comforting charades." I wasn't expecting the truth. As Dad tells it, they had drained the dam the day they sent out the choppers, looking for more remains. Not much of Reese was found in the mine. Well, they found Reese, and they also found Mike. Or rather, they found their skins. gaping, perfectly hollow and bloodless, limbs like rubber tubes pinned under a rock. The Bunyip is usually perceived by modern Australian culture as a comical creature. The lack of a firm identity has given rise to children's books, painting them as rotund, colourful things. An Australian addition to Where the Wild Things Are. We have unlearned the fear passed down for thousands of years. The word Bunyip is synonymous with imposter and pretender, and it can be anything it needs to be. I live in the Philippines, and this is a story from my childhood. When I was 7 years old, me and my family went to the province of San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, to spend the summer vacation. The trip was to the family home of my mum's side of the family, a humble, 3-story old house renovated to fit the outgrowing neighbourhood. When we arrived, my mum was immediately approached by my excited relatives, as it has been a while since we went to the house. While the adults talked, I was greeted by my older cousin, Kuya Ian, and his friend, who liked to call Ate Joanna. My Kuya and Ate Joanna were close to one another. I like to tease my Kuya about it, that he will develop feelings for her, but he just brushed me off. Me and Ate Joanna, on the other hand, were really close. My relatives used to joke how I actually act like her sometimes. We have the same hobbies, music taste, and behaviours to some extent. One day, during our 5-day-long trip, my lolo, grandpa, Yuring, was inviting me along with my Kuya Ian and Ate Joanna to the family-owned banana plantation. I was skeptical with tagging along, especially with the fact that it was 7:45 p.m. that night. But my Kuya urged me that it was fine. The family plantation is a private property that you can really only enter via the opening on the side of a major highway. He claimed that no one was going to bother entering through a random opening on the side of the road which leads down a grassy pathway. So, with boredom in my head and my old tablet in my hands, I went with them. When we arrived to the opening in the highway, we went down a short flight of stairs to go to the bottom, where the plantation was. When we got to the bottom, I was astounded with how wide the plantation looked, especially with the new angle. My lolo Yuring took me to the old bahay kubo, or old wooden house as we Filipinos like to call it. It was actually pretty well maintained for something deep in the woods. It even has a bedroom. As I sat down, Ian and Joanna went off to collect some ripe bananas ready for the harvest. My lolo Yuring said that he'll call me if he needs my help. So I just sat alone in the bahay kubo with my tablet, playing Fruit Ninja as my lolo Yuring also went off. As the time went on, I couldn't help but notice the weird noise in the back of my mind. I thought it was just me, until my senses really kicked in, confirming that something was outside, and it's the one making the rustling noise. It was a small and minor sound, so I just thought that it was a group of chickens plucking the ground for food. But the sound got louder. I felt the source of it moving from place to place. It wasn't just the rustling bushes anymore. It was now making this weird growling, mixed with random talking noises. As it got louder, I couldn't contain my curiosity and my thoughts anymore, so I went outside to check. As I got to the front door, the noise stopped and everything seemed to go back to normal. Even the sound of the cicadas went back, in contrast to earlier, where they were all just quiet. But as I went to the back of the Bahai Kubo, it all started to go quiet again. The rustling and weird noise also stopped, but it was replaced with an eerie feeling. As I peeked over the back of the Bahai Kubo, I saw nothing. At first, it was just another group of banana trees. But as I squinted my eyes, I noticed there was something out of place among those trees. I thought it was just another tree, a dead one, I thought. But as I went closer, I realized it was a person. I was skeptical at first, if it was really a person. We Filipinos are not really tall people, but whoever was standing next to the banana tree was practically on par with its height. No, it was actually taller than it. I talked to it, since it was trespassing my family's property. "Sir, what are you doing here? This is private property. You can't stay here. You have to leave." I thought of myself a little dumb for that question. I should have asked what in the world it was doing in a random banana plantation 8:30 in the night. Before I could continue, it moved. The things in its side, which I thought were branches, especially with how disfigured its look, were actually its arms. It fidgeted a bit, before finally looking over its shoulder. Its eyes were black, and the pupil was replaced with a deep white color. I was absolutely horrified at that fact alone. I was frozen there, on the wooden floorboards of the Bahai Kubo, as it finally moved its body and walked towards me. As it walked, I got a good look at just how tall it was. It would put some NBA players to shame as it crouched down over to my eye level. I was around 5'3" back then. It was wearing a tattered shirt, the ones you would expect a 14th century peasant to wear during the Black Plague. I couldn't react or think anymore as it stared deep into my soul with its black and white eyes. And then it happened. It smiled at me. A smile that would give the Joker a run for his money. It stretched out from cheek to cheek. Its teeth were huge and fully white. I don't want to distress myself recalling the absolute horror that I felt at that moment. It will never leave my mind, regardless of what else comes my way in life. It leaned closer to me, It was about to put its humongous hands at the sides of my head. Its nails alone were half the size of my hands, but I felt like it was about to squeeze my entire head with its palms. I couldn't move. I was just frozen there in fear. At that moment, something pulled me back as I saw the thing's face fall backwards as it fell to the ground with a loud thud. It was Joanna. She pulled me in her arms and screamed into the background, "Ian, the kamagong!" A kamagong, or velvet tree, is a renowned tree in the Philippines, famous for its strength and durability. At that moment, Ian lunged out from the plantation in the background with a kamagong tree bark, and he stabbed the thing right in its heart. It screamed in absolute agony. The kamagong bark drilled into its heart as it oozed out a black fluid. As Ian backed away towards our position, he was visibly shaken too. I was hugging Joanna so hard that I was practically glued to her. I could also feel that she is shaking in fear as well. That thing stopped moving and screaming. It was now starting to stand up. "Run, it's still not dead," Ian screamed to us. Before I could react, Joanna picked me up and bolted out of the plantation, up towards the highway. I was a pretty tall and heavy kid for my age, but I guess the adrenaline got the best of her. As I looked over her shoulder, I got a good look of what was happening as we were running up the stairs. I could see that thing standing up in a rage. It lunged its arms at Ian in an intent to kill. But Ian dodged through the opening between its arms and torso. He grabbed another kamagong and, this time, stabbed it in its neck. As it fell down to the ground, Ian was no longer taking any chances and repeatedly stabbed it multiple times in the neck. Its screams were now distorted. It went from loud, horrifying screams at first to an adult man scream, to a scream of a younger person, and then to what sounded like a pig being slaughtered. And then finally, what sounded like a demonic low-pitched growling. As I lost sight of Ian, Joanna finally got us both up to the highway. My LittleLittlerun was there. He was staring intently at the ground and leaning at the back of his pickup truck that was carrying the banana harvest that night. As Joanna sat me down on the truck, she calmed me down and assured me that everything was okay. I asked, "What will happen to Ian?" And she replied, "Your kuya Ian has been through many things. He is not worried about this entity on his family's plantation." She gave me a light kiss on the forehead before running back down the highway. I looked at my LittleLittlerun and he was staring the length of the highway and giving it a death stare. He was acting very calm, I thought to myself. There's no way he didn't hear that thing's screams. He probably did, but what was making him think that deeply to himself? I couldn't really process anything anymore. I passed out at the back of the pickup truck as my LittleLittlerun finally got to his senses. I felt him carrying me inside the pickup truck before finally I lost consciousness. The next morning, I woke up surprisingly early at around 8 a.m. I went over to the terrace and I saw my LittleLittlerun having breakfast with pandesal, traditional Filipino bread, and Nescafe. I sat down next to him and I thought about what just happened last night. The rest of my family is gone. My LittleLittlerun started to talk. They all left to the Palenque, a wet market, to buy stock for next week. You're probably in shock and wondering what happened last night, aren't you? I nodded. That was a demon. Not a fairy tale demon. An actual demon. Demons cannot travel to the surface of the earth as we are under the grace of the gods. But humans, they have the capabilities of becoming the medium for demons. We humans, when we are under extreme stress, emotions, or feelings of wanting and needing something, we are exposed to demons, looking for a way to the surface world. Demons appear to us as what we want, trying to trick us into making a deal with them in exchange for what we need. But in reality, they only want our bodies. In awe and disbelief, I asked, where was Ian and Joanna? My LittleLittlerun said that they were at the plantation burying the body in a proper manner, in order for the possessed soul to rest in peace. I asked him for some money to commute my way over to the plantation, and he actually gave me some. I rode a jeepney, which is a traditional Filipino transportation, on my way to the plantation. As I went down, I saw Ian and Joanna praying at the spot where the demon was killed. They put a cross on top of it for assurance. My presence was immediately seen and they went over to me in a calm manner, contrast to their usual rowdy behavior. We were just about to leave until I remembered. I completely forgot about my tablet. I asked for them to wait as I went back into the bahay kubo and picked it up from the couch. As I picked it up though, I felt like it was brand new. The screen felt smooth and without traces of old use, despite being 3 years old and in a constant state of use. The tablet was laid on the couch before I picked it up, and I saw a string of sampaguita flowers on top of it. And on the wall, the word salamat was written, which means thank you in Tagalog. I asked Ian about it as he entered the house, but he looked confused at what I said about the word on the wall. As I looked back, it was gone. We went back to the house, and the entire trip went calm for the next few days until we left. My family was not told about what happened that night. Fast forward to now, and I'm a teen writing this. Ian and Joanna are now engaged. I'm happy for them, of course, but then I thought, with a life experience like that, I'd be more shocked if they just cut each other off like nothing happened. At the family meet, as orchestrated by my kuya Ian and ate Joanna, I saw my LittleLittlerun standing at the terrace. He was again eating pandesal and Nescafe. I sat down next to him. He then said that if I remembered that night that happened 8 years ago. I was moved about what he said. It felt so random and out of place. Respectfully, I replied yes and asked why. My LittleLittlerun started to talk. I never really told anyone this, even your kuya Ian. But when the banana plantation was still small and taken care of by my father, he had a friend who offered to be the caretaker of the land during the night, as back then, thieves would often steal food from plantations due to scarcity. My father's friend's name was Rodell, and according to my father, he was the nicest person he knew. He was kind, respectful, and a family man. Rodell would often repay small favors with big payments. But Rodell is often in challenges, often working more than one job in order to support his family. One morning, when my father went to the plantation, Rodell was nowhere to be found. His family was heartbroken, as the only thing left was his tattered clothes and a mysterious black liquid splattered on the back of the Bahai Kobo. My Lolo Yuring ended our conversation with, "I still remember how much my father was told, 'Thank you,' by Rodell."